You are lying still beneath a thin blanket, and the weight of not knowing what it all means has settled into your ribs like evening air. Cool, persistent, familiar in its pressure, even as you try to breathe through it. Your hands rest flat on your stomach, fingers relaxed, palms open, not needing to hold anything. You don't have to name it. You don't need to fix it. The space between thought and silence is already holding you, just as it always has, whether you noticed or not. Let the question stay unspoken. The one about why this moment matters, why your thoughts drift toward meaning instead of rest, why certainty feels like a place you can't enter, even when you try. Tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. There's no need to resolve anything tonight. Not here, not now. You are allowed to be in the middle of not knowing and still feel grounded. The mind searches for answers because it's learned that searching is how we survive. By anticipating, by predicting, by preparing. But tonight, preparation isn't required. There is nothing urgent about the question you're carrying, even though it feels heavy. It is not an emergency. It does not demand action. It is simply there, like a cloud in the sky or a shadow under the bed. Present, but not pressing. You are not being asked to find meaning. You are not being asked to understand time, or chance, or freedom, as if they were puzzles to solve. The only thing required of you is to notice how your body responds when thought becomes large, how your chest tightens, how breath shortens, how the air feels different in your lungs. That's all it takes. Noticing that the mind has wandered into vastness, and remembering you are still here on this bed, with skin touching fabric, with your spine curved gently into the mattress. You don't have to choose between interpretations. You don't need to decide if meaning is hidden or invented or borrowed from somewhere else. The idea of freedom doesn't have to be proven real for it to exist in this moment. Time isn't linear when you're lying awake. There's no past pushing forward, no future pulling back. There are only seconds that stretch and collapse on themselves, like waves returning to the shore without ever leaving. You can hold all of these things at once, that nothing is certain. Yet your body knows warmth, that the future cannot be predicted. Yet you still feel safe lying in this bed. That meaning might not exist outside the mind, but the act of thinking about it still feels like something real. You don't have to rank them. You don't need one version to win over another. The silence between thoughts is already full. It doesn't require proof. It just is. Let your attention drift slowly down from the ceiling, where you've been staring at nothing and everything to the edge of the blanket near your ankle, where the fabric curls slightly under its own weight. Feel how it lies across your foot like a second skin, soft but not clinging. There's no need to adjust it. No reason to pull it higher or tuck it in tighter. You are allowed to be imperfectly covered. The world doesn't care about neat edges when you're lying still. Your breath moves through the front of your mouth and into your throat. Quiet, steady, automatic. It doesn't ask permission. It just happens. And if you pause for a second, the space between one inhale and the next, it's not failure. That pause is part of the rhythm. Not every breath needs to be complete. Some are half gone before they start. Let them be. Now, let your attention move down from your chest, past your ribs, into your stomach, where there's a softness, a warmth that comes not from outside, but from within. It's not happiness. It's not peace either. It's just presence. The quiet hum of being alive in this body, where nerves fire without intention and blood circulates through veins you've never seen. You are allowed to feel the weight of meaninglessness as something separate from your worth. You don't have to prove yourself by solving anything. Not tonight. The fact that you're awake and still trying, not because you must, but because you can, is already enough. That curiosity, that restlessness in the mind, those aren't signs of failure. They are signs of aliveness. Now notice how the room feels around you. Not as a space to be measured or defined, but as something that holds your body without judgment. The air is cool near your face and warmer at your feet. There's no need to name it. The wall behind you isn't solid. The floor beneath the mattress isn't hard. It's just what presses against you in different places. A quiet pressure, not urgent. You can let go of the idea that every thought must lead somewhere. Let thoughts come and go like leaves on water, floating near the surface, shifting position, without needing to stay or disappear. You don't have to follow them. You don't need to understand why one appeared instead of another. Whether it's about love or death or a conversation from 10 years ago, whether it's about stars or silence, or what happens when you stop thinking, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is where your attention lands right now. And right now, it's here, on the sensation of your arm resting against your side, slightly weighted by gravity, but not pressed too hard into the mattress. There's no need to fix this position, no reason to move. You are allowed to be exactly as you are, partly awake, partly asleep, somewhere between knowing and forgetting. Let your eyes stay closed. Let them rest in darkness. Not because there is nothing to see, but because seeing isn't required. The dark doesn't need light to exist. It just is. And so do you. There's a slight hum from the refrigerator downstairs, far enough away that it doesn't break the quiet. it only deepens it. A single pulse of sound, like a heartbeat beneath the floorboards. You don't have to listen for its source. You don't need to track how long it lasts or whether it will come again. It's just part of the background, part of the room breathing with you. You can let your shoulders drop an inch lower without trying. Let them release, not in a dramatic way, but quietly, like sand slipping through fingers. Not because they're supposed to, but because they can. That's enough. Now feel the blanket again, not as something covering you, but as part of what touches you. Soft fibers against your skin, catching air slightly between layers. It doesn't need to be warm or thick to matter. The fact that it exists on top of you is already significant. You are not alone in this moment. Not because someone else is here, but because the world has made space for you to lie still. The mind will keep going. Always, always. Because that's what minds do. But it doesn't have to lead anywhere. It can wander through ideas like a dog sniffing the ground. Curious, unorganized, not seeking direction. You don't need to chase after clarity. You don't need to claim truth. You are allowed to be in between, the space where no answer is required, and still, everything feels true. The idea that time moves forward doesn't have to mean anything other than what you feel right now. The slow passing of seconds, each one different from the last, but all part of a rhythm you don't control and don't need to. You can let go of whether this moment will matter later, whether it matters at all. You are not required to make meaning out of nothing. That's not your job. Your only task is to be here, in your body, breathing into the dark, not searching for anything beyond this breath, this warmth, this stillness. There's a faint sound from outside, the distant whistle of a train moving through the hills, or maybe it's just wind in the trees. You don't need to know what it is. Whether it's real or imagined doesn't matter. The fact that you heard it at all means something. Your ears are listening. Your body is awake. Let your attention sink deeper, not down into darkness, but into it. Not looking for meaning in the void, not trying to fill it with ideas, just letting yourself rest inside the quiet, where nothing needs explaining. You're aware of how your breath moves, not because you've measured it, but because it leaves a quiet imprint on your chest, like the slow rise and fall of water over stones that have long forgotten they were ever dry. There's no need to follow its rhythm or shape it into something more intentional. It is already enough as it is, unforced, returning again and again without apology. You don't have to wonder why you're breathing now or what will happen when it stops. Only feel the way your ribs open just slightly, with each inward pull, like a door that's been left ajar for no reason other than to let air in. And yet, there's still something restless beneath this quiet, the part of you that wants to map where thoughts come from and where they go. But here is what happens when you stop chasing. The thought doesn't vanish because it isn't answered, but simply shifts, like a shadow moving across the floor as light changes without notice. You don't need to name it. You don't have to decide whether it's important or not. It can be there, unclaimed and unnamed, like a leaf floating on a slow current in a creek you've never seen. Let it pass through your mind just as it came, without needing to hold on. The blanket still rests over you, not because you asked for warmth, but because it was already there. And now it's part of the way you feel yourself, soft against your shoulder, catching air near your neck in a way that feels like an invitation not to move. You can let one hand drift slightly, just enough so the fingers brush the edge of the mattress without effort, not to reach for anything, only because movement doesn't require purpose. There's no need to explain why you shifted or what it means that your thumb brushed against the seam where fabric meets thread. Outside, something shifts, not with sound, but with absence. A single insect stops singing. The wind pauses between trees. Even the refrigerator's hum seems to linger in one place longer than before, then fades into stillness, as though it too has decided not to speak for now. There is no need to know what caused this pause, no reason to believe that silence must be followed by noise, or that a break in sound means something was lost. Silence isn't empty. It's full of the space where things rest between speaking. You are allowed to be exactly here, with your body half awake and half dreaming, not straining towards sleep, but letting it come like water, finding its own level. You don't have to arrive at anything. Only allow yourself to sink into the shape you're already making in the bed. A slight indentation on one side, where your spine curves just enough to fit the curve of the mattress. That's all there is. This position, these shapes, this small version of belonging. And if meaning feels too large or impossible to carry, then let it be like fog rolling across hills at dawn. Not something you can hold in your hands, but something that surrounds you anyway. You don't need to understand the mist to know its presence. It doesn't ask for belief. It just is. And so are you. There's a faint scent in the room, not from anything strong or labeled, but from fabric and air and time. A quiet smell like old paper left open on a shelf, or linen that has been folded too many times and still remembers being unfolded. It doesn't demand your attention, only exists as one of the countless small things that make this moment real without needing to be named. Your toes are curled slightly under the edge of the blanket, not from cold, but because they found their own way into a position that feels comfortable. No need to straighten them or stretch them out. Let them stay where they are, You don't have to do anything with your feet except let them rest in this small configuration, like little islands in a sea of stillness. There's no rule about how long you must keep breathing, or whether the next breath should be deeper than the last. It can be shallow or slow or uneven. It doesn't matter. Each one is simply happening, not because it was planned, not because it leads to anything, but because life continues in ways that don't require your consent. You don't have to decide if this moment will matter tomorrow. You don't need to worry whether you'll remember how the dark felt tonight, or what your hands were doing when you first closed your eyes. The fact that you're here now, sensitive, aware, breathing, is already enough. That's not an achievement. It's just a fact. And if thoughts come back, the ones about time and chance, and all the things we don't know, you can let them pass, like leaves caught in a current that doesn't care where they end up. You're not responsible for their journey. You're only responsible for noticing when they appear, and then letting go of the need to answer. There's a patch of shadow near your shoulder, the kind cast by something just out of view. It doesn't mean anything. It isn't hiding anything or warning you about anything. It's simply there, part of the quiet architecture of this room at night. You can let it be without wondering why it's shaped that way, or how long it will stay. You are not required to make sense of what's outside your skin or inside either. The mind may want to catalog every sensation, name each feeling, assign value to each pulse of awareness, but you don't have to obey. You can simply allow the sensations to exist without needing a reason for being there. That's all they need. Permission just to be. Your heart beats not because it has to prove anything or earn your attention, but because it doesn't stop, even when nothing is expected of it. It moves forward in its own way, like a clock that keeps ticking long after anyone remembers the time. And if you feel something unnameable rising, not sadness, not joy, just a kind of fullness, then let it be there too. Don't try to place it or explain it. Let it float at the edge of your awareness, like smoke from a fire that's gone out but still lingers in the air. You don't have to fix anything. You don't need to understand what this quiet is doing to you. You're not being tested. No one is watching. The world isn't waiting for you to finally get it right. You are allowed to be incomplete, unfinished, unexplained. Let your fingers rest where they are, no longer trying to find something useful to do with them. Let the weight of your arms stay where gravity has placed it, without needing to justify its position. You don't have to earn stillness by being perfectly calm or perfectly awake. There's a moment when you realize how much of what we call thinking is just echoes. Reflections of things said years ago, patterns formed in silence, repetitions that no longer belong to anyone but the mind itself. But here now, There's no need to replay them. No need to argue with the past or apologize for being stuck inside it. You can let those old voices fade like footsteps on gravel, distant, unimportant, moving away without looking back. And if you find yourself wondering what comes next, you don't have to answer. You don't even have to ask. The question itself is allowed to drift, not searching for a reply, but simply existing as part of the dark room, where questions are no longer urgent. You're not supposed to solve anything tonight, not even your own confusion. You're only required to be here, not in any grand way, not with effort or intention, but simply present in the shape you've made against the mattress, the rhythm of breath that doesn't need approval, the warmth that spreads slowly through your chest, like a secret passed between friends who don't speak much, but know exactly what's needed. You're allowed to be nothing more than this, an unbroken line of stillness, a body resting in its own quiet, no purpose beyond existing, no demand for meaning beyond feeling. And when another thought comes, perhaps about the future, perhaps about choices never made or paths not taken, you can let it arrive like a shadow passing over your skin. Not to stop it, not to welcome it, but simply observe how it moves through you, without claiming ownership of its arrival. The space between your breaths is longer than you think, longer than memory, longer than a name spoken once and forgotten. It isn't empty. It's full of the kind of silence that doesn't demand to be filled. You can lie in it like water holds stillness beneath its surface, not because it has stopped moving, but because motion no longer needs to be seen. There's something in how light behaves when there are no sources left alive. The way shadows pool not just under furniture, but between thoughts. You can feel them gathering around edges that aren't sharp, softening into where your body meets the mattress, like breath pressed against glass, and then released without leaving a mark. That is how meaning settles, not with weight or certainty, but as atmosphere, something you move through rather than grasp. You don't need to know if this moment will matter in 10 years or even tomorrow. The fact that it's happening right now doesn't depend on its consequence. It happens because the night has continued and your body still responds to gravity without being asked. Your shoulder rests where bone meets fabric, not out of choice, but as a kind of quiet surrender. No protest needed, no explanation required. The sound you hear isn't coming from outside. It's happening inside your skull, like water moving through roots deep in the dark. Soil beneath something older than names, a faint hum or pulse that might be blood or nerves, or just the way silence vibrates when there are no interruptions to break its rhythm. You aren't listening for meaning, not even a direction, only allowing yourself to feel how sound exists without needing you. Your toes curl slightly, not from cold, not from tension, but as if they're remembering something their tips haven't felt in years. The pressure of floorboards, the ghost touch of sand beneath them, when walking barefoot on some shore far away. Not a memory exactly. More like a trace left behind by someone else's step, lingering long after the body had gone. When you notice your fingers again, not twitching or reaching, but simply resting, you can let their shape define themselves without trying to do anything with it. The way they press into fabric isn't about control. It's just how pressure settles in softness. One knuckle touches another not because of intention, but as a kind of natural alignment between parts that don't need instruction. The blanket lies where you placed it last. No effort to tuck or adjust, and yet its weight is real enough now. The way warmth gathers beneath it, like sunlight trapped inside wool. Not heat from fire, not energy transferred. It's just presence, slow and unforced. A kind of holding that isn't about protection, but simply being held by something already in place. You don't have to decide whether this feeling, this quiet stretching across your ribs, is peace or emptiness. It can be both at once without contradiction. The mind wants categories like labels on jars: full, empty, safe, unsure. But the truth is closer to what happens when you forget how things are named and just feel them as they arrive. The edge of sleep isn't a border. It's more like a place where attention stops trying to hold everything in focus, like turning away from something bright so your eyes don't strain, and then realizing that darkness feels different now. Not worse, but quieter, richer with details you didn't notice before. The way air moves between layers of fabric on the bed frame, how stillness settles into folds like a letter folded and left behind. There's no need to check if time is passing. The clock doesn't matter when your pulse matches something deeper than numbers. Something that doesn't care about minutes or hours, but only about continuity. Breath following breath, not because it has meaning, but simply because each one leads into the next, like a thread pulled through an endless needle. You can let thoughts float without anchoring them, whether they're about what might happen tomorrow, what you said last week, whether someone remembers your voice. Let those come and go as clouds pass over stars that don't blink in return. No need to follow their paths or ask why they appear here now instead of somewhere else. The dark isn't cold, it's dense with possibility, like the moment before rain starts falling, but hasn't yet touched anything. It holds what might be, not because it promises anything, but simply because it allows space for things that haven't formed into shape yet. Your chest rises and falls without needing to justify itself. No performance of breathing, no demand that it prove its usefulness. The motion is steady in the way rivers are when they're deep enough to forget their names. You aren't making it happen, you're just part of it. One small node where air meets flesh and returns again. There's a kind of clarity in not knowing what comes next. Not because you've given up, but because your body has stopped searching for signs that might never come. The waiting isn't tense anymore. It's relaxed, like roots growing into soil without direction or goal, just extending wherever there is space to go. The floor beneath the bed feels far away now, not distant in distance, but removed from attention, as if you've stepped off a map and no longer need coordinates. There's no path ahead that must be walked perfectly. Only this current place where your body lies, not trying to reach anywhere except back into itself, into quietude. You don't have to earn the right to feel tired or restless or still. The night doesn't measure you by how fast you fall asleep or how long you remain awake. You're already in it, breathing, aware, present. Not as a task, but simply because your nervous system hasn't stopped sending signals and your lungs haven't forgotten their job. A thought arises like wind, stirring dust on an old floor, light enough to lift, heavy enough not to vanish immediately. It says nothing specific, doesn't claim ownership of meaning or urgency. You don't need to respond, correct it, dismiss it. Just let the idea float upward and out through your awareness, as if exhaling air that was never truly yours. The room isn't shaped like anything. It just is. Walls aren't boundaries, but arrangements of texture. One patch rougher than another. A corner where paint has peeled back to reveal what lies beneath. You don't have to fix the flaw or admire its beauty. Only notice it as you would an imperfection in your own skin that's never been painful. You can rest without needing permission from anyone else, not even yourself. Not because you're done thinking, not because all questions are resolved, but simply because stillness doesn't require approval. It exists, like the way a stone sits at the bottom of a stream, unchanged by what passes over it above. When another sensation arrives, the slight shift in pressure under your hip, the tiniest ripple along your spine, you can let that be too without naming or analyzing. Just feel how small changes echo through tissue and bone, not as interruptions, but as parts of one continuous rhythm. You being here, exactly where gravity has placed you, with no need to rearrange anything. The edge between waking and sleeping isn't a wall. It's like the line where water becomes mist before it vanishes into air. No sharp separation, just gradual softening until your attention loosens its grip on shape and form and lets itself be carried by something older than decision-making, deeper than memory. You don't have to believe anything tonight. No truth required, no certainty demanded. Not even that you're safe or understood or known. You're only being asked to lie here, not as proof of anything, not as a statement, but simply because your body has chosen this posture, and the night hasn't told it otherwise. The way light fades isn't dramatic. It just stops showing up like someone turning off a lamp in another room. It doesn't disappear with fanfare. It recedes quietly so that what remains is only presence. Air, warmth, weight, stillness. The kind of things you don't notice until they're gone, but which you're already living inside. Your breath slows not because you told it to, but because the body finds its own pace when left alone. It doesn't rush or hesitate. It just moves in time with something that never asks for explanation. Life continuing, without needing a reason beyond itself. You're lying on a surface that remembers every shift of weight, every slow release of tension from your spine. It doesn't care about what you've been thinking or whether you'll ever make sense of anything, only that you are here now, exactly as you are, with no performance required. The blanket above you is not holding you in, but simply resting across your body like a quiet promise. I am not going anywhere either. You don't have to decide if it's warm enough or too heavy. Just let the way it settles over your shoulders be part of what happens when attention stops searching and starts accepting. There's a sound somewhere near the wall, something low, steady, like the hum beneath a floorboard that no longer needs explanation. It isn't coming from outside, not really. It might be the house settling, or maybe just air moving through pipes in a language you don't speak, but still recognize as familiar. You could listen to it for hours and never learn its name, yet you don't need to know. The sound doesn't demand your understanding. It only asks that you stay still enough to hear how ordinary noise can become a kind of music when it isn't tied to purpose. Your feet are slightly apart now, not because you arranged them this way, but because the shape they've taken feels natural, like roots branching into soil without being told what direction to go. You can feel the difference between your left heel and right, how one presses deeper into the mattress than the other, not from pressure, but from habit, from a lifetime of leaning in small ways that have never been recorded or corrected. Nothing about this needs correction. The slight imbalance isn't failure. It's just how your body has learned to exist within gravity, responding without calculation. A thread has come loose at the edge of the blanket, just one, curling up like an invitation to tug it free. But you don't. Instead, you let it hang there, unattended, because its presence is not a problem, and its absence won't be better. It's enough that it exists in this moment as a small disruption without consequence. No need to fix what wasn't broken, only noticed. The darkness isn't empty. It contains the faintest impressions of things you've touched before. Memories of textures brushed against skin when your eyes were closed. A coffee cup once warmed your palms. A jacket still holds the shape of shoulders it used to cover. These aren't thoughts about those objects. They're just sensations drifting through space like dust in sunlight, not attached to anything but existing as echoes of touch that linger after release. You don't have to hold on to any of this. Not even the feeling of warmth beneath your arms where the blanket folds over your chest. It's enough that it's there, unclaimed and unexamined, passing through awareness like a breath caught between two silences. There's a moment when you realize your hands are no longer curled, not in tension or protection, but simply open, palms up as if waiting for nothing at all. They aren't reaching. They're not receiving anything either. The position isn't symbolic. It just happened. Like gravity chose it over intention. Like stillness allowed the body to forget its usual duties. The air moves differently near your face than it does farther away from you. Closer in, thicker, with warmth that rises and falls with each breath. You don't have to regulate it. It doesn't need your attention to keep going. It flows through you not as a function, but as a natural current, invisible, continuous, never asking for praise or explanation. There's no time between one beat of awareness and the next, no gap where meaning could be inserted or thought could begin its journey toward resolution. There is only this: the weight of your shoulder on the pillow, the faint pressure behind your left ear as it rests against fabric, that has long forgotten what color it once was. The edges of the room aren't sharp. They blur into one another like ink spreading in water. You don't have to define where the wall ends and the shadow begins, because they're not separate things. They're part of a single field, an undifferentiated presence you can lie within without needing to name it. You could imagine that each breath carries something away, a small piece of doubt, a memory that doesn't belong here. But you don't need to. The air isn't a vehicle for release or purification. It's just air, moving in and out, not carrying anything except the rhythm of being alive. Even your thoughts aren't interruptions. They're part of the same quiet hum. The way small lights flicker on in old houses at night, not because anyone turned them on, but simply because electricity still runs through wires that don't care if they're useful anymore. You could lie like this for years and never need to move, not out of refusal or resignation, but because there's no reason to leave the place where you are, even if it doesn't have a name. There's an old chair in another part of the house, its legs slightly uneven, one corner missing a bit of wood, and yet it still stands. It isn't proud of holding weight. It doesn't apologize for leaning sideways when no one is sitting on it. It simply exists as a shape that refuses to collapse under its own history. You don't have to be like the chair. You don't even need to be useful or stable in any way that someone else might measure. You're already somewhere, not because you arrived there through effort, but because your body didn't stop moving when it should have. When stillness became possible, and yet you stayed alive. You could imagine that meaning is a place far away, a room with light at the end of a long corridor. But even if such a place exists, you don't need to go there. Not tonight. Not ever. If your body decides otherwise, the silence isn't silent. It's full of small sounds. The soft creak of wood in cold air, the slow release of pressure from a joint that hasn't been moved all day. These aren't signs or signals. They're just events, not important enough to be remembered, but present enough to feel. You don't have to remember them. You only need to notice how easily they pass through your awareness, like water over stone, leaving no trace except the memory of having felt something move. There's a patch on the wall where light once hit at an angle and left behind a stain that hasn't faded, not even after years. It isn't ugly or beautiful. It just is. A mark made by time, not intention. And yet, it remains in its place as if it had chosen to stay. You don't have to explain why you're here. Not because the question won't be asked again, but because there's no answer that matters more than simply being present enough to feel your own breath, to notice how one hand rests on top of the other without needing to do anything with it. The idea of meaning doesn't need to arrive in order for this moment to be complete. It can sit beside you like a guest who has come unannounced and stayed too long, but not because he was welcomed, only because no one asked him to leave. You aren't waiting for understanding. You're already inside it, just as the ocean holds every wave that ever broke, without needing to understand why. The space beneath your ribs isn't hollow. It's full of something older than thought. A quiet that doesn't need words or conclusions. It breathes with you. Not because it wants anything from you, but because it has no choice. You don't have to carry the weight of questions. You're only being asked to stay in this place where everything is allowed to be incomplete, where thoughts arrive without permission and leave without notice, where silence isn't a void, but a presence that doesn't demand your attention. The night isn't watching you. It doesn't care if you fall asleep or keep thinking. It just continues, not as an event with meaning, but as a condition. The way air exists after sunlight has gone, not waiting for anything to happen, not even for morning. There's no destination in this stillness, not because there is none, but because it isn't necessary. You don't have to reach forward or backward. You're already where all movement leads when it stops trying to go anywhere else. You're not trying to find a door that might lead somewhere else. There isn't one you need to open. The walls around you aren't boundaries. They're just where the air settles when it slows down. It doesn't press against them like something urgent. It slips between them like breath through a crack in glass. Barely noticed, but still there. You can feel that weight of air on your skin, not as pressure, not as presence demanding acknowledgement, but simply as part of what's already true. The room is holding you without effort. Your shoulder rests against the mattress with no reason to shift. It doesn't need justification. The fabric beneath you isn't resisting. It's just waiting for nothing at all. Like a cloth that has forgotten it was ever meant to be stretched tight. There's warmth pooled near your hip, where your body has held heat longer than the rest of you. And it doesn't feel like a sign or a signal. It feels like memory, something quiet from earlier in the day, still lingering beneath layers of motionless weight. You don't have to decide whether this is enough. The idea that something must be sufficient to justify your staying here isn't part of what's happening now. What's happening is just the shape you make when no one tells you how long to stay or where to go next. There's a seam in the blanket near your ankle, a place where thread has worn thin and the material pulls slightly at the edge. It doesn't tear. It just keeps holding together under its own strain, like everything else that persists without being asked to. Time isn't rushing forward as if it were carrying you somewhere. It's not slipping past in a line of seconds measured by clocks or breaths counted aloud. Time is more like an old riverbed after the rain has passed, dry but still shaped by water, full of curves and dips where liquid once moved without hesitation. You don't need to walk through it. You're already inside its form. The current doesn't have to return for you to know what it felt like when it was alive. The darkness isn't empty. It's thick with small events that never get named. A dust mote drifts in a sliver of moonlight that didn't come from anywhere specific, just drifted through a gap between curtains and settled on the edge of your vision. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't announce its presence or ask to be seen. It simply floats, unhurried, unclaimed, until it fades into shadow again. You don't have to answer for why you're here, not because the question disappears, but because answering would require a language that doesn't exist yet, one made of things not spoken before. You can let go of needing to perform an explanation every time a thought arises. The fact that you're aware in this stillness, aware of your limbs, aware of the air moving in and out without effort, is enough. It's not proof of anything except presence. There's no test coming, no moment when someone will check if you've been good at holding uncertainty or managing doubt. You aren't being graded on how well you handle the absence of answers. There is no passing, no failure, just this. Your hand lying where it fell, fingers relaxed, not clenched around anything, not grasping for a reason to stay awake. The silence isn't waiting for sound to break it. It's already full. Not in volume, but in texture. The kind of quiet that contains the soft click of a distant heater cycling on and off, or the faint tremor of wood settling as temperature shifts through walls. These aren't events that demand attention. They're just what happens when matter cools and adjusts to time passing without fanfare. You don't have to fix your thoughts if they wander too far. You don't need to reel them in like lost animals. Thoughts are not meant to be tamed, only noticed. When one appears, when a line of possibility stretches forward into the dark, it doesn't mean you must follow it or reject it. It just means that something is stirred inside the space where you live now. It's possible to let thoughts pass through without being changed by them, like wind through an open window, not carrying anything, not delivering messages, not warning anyone of storms ahead. Just passing through, making a small disturbance in dust and air before continuing on its way. You don't have to decide what it all means, not even once. The meaning isn't supposed to arrive like a guest at the door with an envelope full of answers. It doesn't knock. It doesn't announce itself. Meaning is not something you collect, nor is it something you lose when you stop looking for it. Instead, there's just this: your chest rising and falling, without needing to be explained, the way your foot curls slightly in sleep, as if dreaming already of movement that hasn't been invited yet, the subtle warmth behind your left ear, where the skin has grown still after a day of heat from turning your head. These aren't signs pointing toward anything greater. They're just details recorded by the body without intent. The room isn't holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. It's not measuring how long this moment lasts. The walls don't care if you remain in place or if you shift. They simply exist as part of what surrounds you, not as guards, not as guides, but as things that have been there longer than your awareness and will stay even after it fades. There's no urgency to reach a conclusion about whether anything matters. There isn't even a need to believe that it does or doesn't. You're allowed to be in the space between certainty and doubt without needing either one to feel whole. You don't have to protect yourself from feeling too much, nor do you have to shield your heart from being tender when thoughts rise like waves that never break on land. The vulnerability isn't a flaw. It's just another texture of being here, like how the blanket shifts slightly as gravity takes hold in different places across your body. Not because it wants to adjust, but simply because it can. There's something gentle about how time moves through you when you stop trying to control its pace. It doesn't rush toward tomorrow or retreat from yesterday. It just stays, like a hand resting on the back of a chair, not pushing down, not lifting up, not doing anything except being there. You don't have to understand what it means that your breath slows now, deeper than before, like water sinking into soil where nothing grows but still holds life beneath the surface. You don't need to know why your thoughts begin to blur at the edges, dissolving rather than resolving, like ink spreading in wet paper without a design. The act of not knowing isn't failure. It's not emptiness or loss. It's not proof that you're missing something essential. It's simply how things are when there are no answers waiting to be found. And even then, the shape of your body on the bed remains unchanged by any lack. You don't have to reach for meaning. You aren't required to build a structure out of nothing. The fact that you exist, alive, still, present, is not something that needs justification. It's already true. And truth doesn't require belief. Truth just is. There's no need to fear the dark, because it holds no judgment, no expectation. It isn't waiting for light to return so it can be proven wrong or right. Darkness simply continues, like air, like silence, like the way your fingers lie motionless on top of each other without needing to do anything at all. You're not failing if you don't find clarity tonight. You aren't incomplete because questions remain unasked. There's no penalty for staying in this state, where everything is allowed to be uncertain, where nothing must explain itself, and nothing needs approval from anyone else. The body remembers how to rest even when the mind hesitates. Your muscles are learning what stillness feels like, not as an achievement, but as a default setting, a place they've always known without being taught. There's no destination you're approaching. Not now, not ever. The only movement happening is internal, the slow pull of awareness sinking deeper, not toward anything specific, just into the soft center where thoughts aren't necessary and answers are irrelevant. The way your shoulder settles into the pillow isn't a decision, it's an arrival, like a stone finding its place at the bottom of a slow-moving stream where motion has stopped being effort and becomes simply what happens when weight meets surface. There is no performance in that shift. No need to prove it was intentional. It just arrives. And with it comes this quiet understanding. You don't have to earn stillness by doing something right. You are not obligated to justify your presence here through any gesture or thought. The air around you isn't holding its breath waiting for a signal from your chest. It's not measuring whether the silence is productive, meaningful, or sufficient. It simply holds space like soil that doesn't demand roots. It just keeps being soil. You're allowed to feel how gravity pulls on different parts of you at different times. The heel of your foot pressing into the mattress, the weight of your forearm lying across your chest, not because it wants to stay there, but because it can. There's no reason for anything in this moment to be permanent. The way light fails at the edge of a room isn't a metaphor. It's just how darkness spreads when nothing resists it. And you don't have to resist either. You're not required to keep your thoughts from drifting into corners where there are no signs, no maps, only the soft echo of what might be possible without being true. There's something honest about letting meaning dissolve like sugar in water. No drama, no resistance, just a slow quieting. Not because you've given up, but because surrender isn't failure when it happens naturally. Not as a performance of humility or defeat, but as a release from the weight of needing to carry answers. You don't have to build anything here. No temple, no altar, no promise that your breath will lead to clarity tomorrow. The fact that you're lying on your back isn't proof of surrender. It's just what happens when the body says it has been carried far enough and rests where it is. Your fingers are not trying to grasp anything now. They don't need to find a shape or hold on to something real. They lie where they fall, half curled, slightly open, not reaching, not letting go, just existing as part of what your hands have always done when no one is watching, resting. And the stillness isn't empty. It's full in its own way, like how a quiet street feels heavier than a busy one. Not because there are more people, but because every footstep echoes longer. There's no need to ask if this moment matters. It doesn't have to matter in any grand sense for it to be real. The fact that you're aware of the cool touch between your shoulder blades and the thin sheet is enough, not as a sign of something deeper, not as proof you've done well, but simply because awareness exists without needing permission. You don't need to feel whole to belong here. You aren't failing if your mind still wanders into questions that have no names. The way thoughts surface isn't failure. It's just the shape of attention when it has nowhere else to go. And when a question rises, not as a demand, but as a quiet ripple in the dark. Whether it's about what comes next, or whether any of this will ever matter, you're allowed to let it float like smoke that doesn't want to settle. The blanket isn't holding you, it's just there. Like warmth that has no origin and no purpose beyond being felt. You don't have to understand how it came to be on your body, nor why it covers you now instead of earlier or later. It simply does, and in its soft weight is the kind of comfort that doesn't require explanation, just presence. Your breath isn't trying to change anything. It's not working toward calmness or healing or any particular outcome. It just moves through you as air has always moved, without agenda, without instruction. The inhale isn't a beginning. The exhale isn't an ending. They're simply parts of something that continues whether you notice it or not. There's no urgency in how your body remembers its own shape, how the curve of your spine fits into the contour of the bed like water finding its level. No need to prove it's correct or intentional or worthy. It just is, and that's enough. The darkness isn't hiding anything from you. It doesn't conceal secrets or protect some grand truth behind a curtain. Darkness is simply what happens when light stops being necessary. It doesn't judge your thoughts, nor does it wait for you to figure something out before it lets go. It stays, like silence after speech ends, like the moment between two heartbeats. You don't have to become anything in order to rest. You aren't expected to transform into someone who no longer wonders or worries. The fact that your mind still holds questions isn't a flaw. It's just what happens when awareness exists without direction. And if you lie there with thoughts circling like birds above a field, not landing anywhere, not seeking refuge, still, it doesn't mean anything is wrong. There's something quiet and steady about letting yourself be carried by the absence of answers. Not because you've arrived at peace, but because peace isn't always loud or complete. Sometimes, it's just the space where no one asks what you're doing with your life, or whether this moment will matter in 5 years, or if anyone will remember you when you're gone. Your body doesn't need to be useful to be real. It doesn't have to produce something, beauty, insight, change, to deserve its place on the bed. The way your thigh presses against the edge of the mattress isn't proof of effort. It's just a fact, a quiet detail that has no meaning beyond being what is. You're allowed to feel how your mind drifts, like leaves caught in an underground stream. No direction, no goal, just moving with whatever current exists beneath surface stillness. There's nothing wrong with not knowing where they'll end up, not knowing if they'll ever reach the light again. The journey isn't required to have a destination. The air doesn't care about your intentions. It simply moves through the room, between walls and corners, passing over your skin without noticing or remembering. And you don't need to be noticed either. Not by time, not by thought, not by anything outside this moment. You aren't failing because you can't fix everything. You're not incomplete for not having answers. There's no test here, no score, no performance required. The only thing happening is that you are lying in bed, and the world continues without needing you to explain your presence. Even if your mind keeps returning to the same questions, whether they've always been there or just surfaced now, they don't have to be resolved. They can stay unresolved like stones on a riverbed. Not useful, not broken, not lost. Just part of what exists beneath the surface. There's no need to close your eyes tighter or breathe deeper in order to get somewhere. The way you're lying doesn't need to change because you haven't found clarity yet. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of stillness by doing anything at all. The fact that you can feel your breath slowing without forcing it, just letting the rhythm shift like a current adjusting after rain, is not a milestone. It's just one way awareness settles when no one is watching and nothing demands attention. You're allowed to be here without needing to do more than exist. Not because of how long you've been lying down, nor because your thoughts are quiet or loud, but simply because you are present. Your body on the bed, your breath in your chest, your mind wandering through places that don't need names. There's no demand for meaning here, no pressure to create it from nothing. You're not required to make sense of anything just because it exists. The absence of answers doesn't mean anything is broken. It means only that this moment isn't about finding something. It's about being in the space where things are allowed to be uncertain. The way your fingers twitch slightly, once or twice, without reason, isn't a sign you're not sleeping. It's just movement from somewhere deep inside, like a muscle remembering how it feels to stretch even when no one is watching. You're aware now of how your spine curves against the mattress, not because you're trying to adjust, but because gravity has already written that shape into your body over years, layer by layer, without asking permission. It's not a posture, it's just where you've settled when no one is watching. When there's no reason to sit up straight or lean forward. The curve isn't an apology for being tired. It doesn't mean you're giving in. It means your body remembers how to rest, not as something earned, but as something simply allowed. There's a faint warmth pooling just beneath the surface of your shoulder blade where the blanket meets skin. Not heat from outside, just that small zone of stillness where fabric stays pressed against flesh longer than it should, and the air doesn't rush through. It lingers like a thought you've almost forgotten, but can't quite let go of. You don't need to name what's there. You're not required to know how long it will last, or whether it will fade when you shift. Outside the window, something moves in the dark. Not a bird, not a branch swaying, just a shadow that shifts without reason. It isn't trying to be seen. It doesn't announce itself. The same way your mind drifts now, some thoughts passing like fog over water, barely disturbing the surface before dissolving into silence. You're not chasing them. You're not stopping them. They come and go like distant traffic heard through thick glass. No need to identify who's driving or where they're going. The ceiling above you has a seam, just faint enough that it only shows when light hits at an angle. When the street lamp flickers once every few seconds. It runs from left to right across your field of vision, like a line drawn by someone else, not knowing what it was meant to contain. You don't need to decide whether it divides anything or if it's even real. Just that there it is, a crack in the world you didn't make and can't repair. Your breath has found its own rhythm again, not because you guided it, but because your body remembers how to move without instruction. It doesn't pause at the top of each inhale, like it used to when anxiety first came knocking. It doesn't rush through the out-breath, as if trying to escape what's inside. Now it flows slowly, evenly, like water finding a path through soil that has no map. There is no need to keep track of how long this moment lasts. No reason to measure whether you're close to sleep or still far from peace. The darkness isn't waiting for you to arrive at anything. It doesn't care if you've been awake for hours, minutes, days. There's no calendar written into the air. You don't have to earn your place in this quiet by being still long enough. When a thought returns, the kind that tries to remind you of what matters, it isn't an enemy, not even a visitor that demands attention. It just appears like dust floating near a sunbeam, visible only because it caught light for one moment. You don't need to brush it away. You don't have to explain why it's there or where it came from. Just let it pass through your awareness as if it were part of the air itself, something that existed before you and will remain after. There's a small indentation in the pillow beneath your head, worn down over time by pressure and motion, not deep enough for anyone to notice unless they press their palm into it. It doesn't need to be filled or smoothed out. It already holds shape because of what happened before, because someone else once rested here, just as you are now. The fact that the impression still exists isn't proof of memory. It's just a trace, like the way your fingers feel when they rest on cool sheets after being warm. You're not responsible for making sense of anything outside this room. Not the sky above, not the roads beyond the streetlight, not even what happens in other minds or cities or seasons. There is no law that says you must understand where meaning comes from. Only that you are here now, your legs stretched out slightly, your feet relaxed at the edge of the bed, toes uncurled and soft. The blanket doesn't care whether it's warm enough or if you'll stay under it all night. It just lies on top of you as something simple. A weight, not because it means anything, but because it is. Its texture, slightly rough at the edges where seams meet, isn't trying to comfort you. It isn't failing to do so either. It simply exists in that place where fabric touches skin without asking for anything back. You don't need to think about what this silence might mean. You don't have to decide if it's peaceful or empty. The quiet doesn't require a title. It just is. Like the way your hands rest now, palms facing up, not reaching, not holding on, not doing anything at all. There's no effort in that position, no struggle to stay open or closed, just stillness that isn't earned. Your mind moves through thoughts like small animals passing under a bridge, unseen, unremarked upon, but real nonetheless. One drifts near the edge of attention, a feeling about time, not as something measured, but as something breathed in and out with every heartbeat. You don't need to answer it. You can let it go without deciding whether it was true or false. There's a cool patch on your right side where the bed sheet has slipped just enough that air touches skin directly. Not cold, just different. A sensation like memory, not of anything specific, but of being aware of difference without needing to name it. The room isn't colder because of this. It's not warmer elsewhere. There's just a spot where your body feels something slightly new. You're allowed to notice that you don't know how long ago the last thought came, or when you stopped counting breaths. That's not failure. That's not loss. It's just another way time flows without needing to be tracked. Like leaves falling into water and being carried downstream, one after another, each unseen by the next. The absence of answers isn't a void. It's not hollow ground waiting for you to fill it with wisdom or faith. It's just space, not empty, not full, but open in a way that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to walk through it. You don't have to cross it. You're already standing within it. Your shoulder feels heavier than the other one now, not because of strain, but because gravity is doing its job exactly as it always has. pulling down on muscles and bones without apology or explanation. There's no need to correct that weight, no reason to shift your posture in response. It's just there, part of how you are right now. You don't have to decide whether this feeling, the one beneath the ribs, like something vast yet quiet, is sorrow, longing, peace, or nothing at all. You're not required to name it, because naming isn't necessary for existence. The sensation is real in its own way, a presence that doesn't ask for recognition. There's no urgency in how your breath moves through you, no rhythm meant to guide you somewhere. It just flows, like the air passing silently between walls and corners of this room, not caring who listens or whether anyone notices it at all. Your hands don't need to do anything. They're not waiting for a task. They aren't preparing for something else. They're just resting, fingers slightly curled as if holding onto nothing, and that's enough. You're not failing because your thoughts drift back to questions that won't be answered. You're not incomplete because you don't have clarity. There is no standard by which you must measure yourself against. The only thing required of you right now is this: to keep breathing, to stay in the dark, and to allow whatever comes, without resistance or need, to pass through your awareness like shadows across stone. There's a faint sound from downstairs, a door closing perhaps, or a floorboard settling under weight, not loud enough to wake you, not significant enough to matter. It happens without invitation, just as all things do, quietly, inevitably, and without explanation. You don't need to respond. You don't have to wonder who it was or what they were doing. The sound doesn't belong to a story. It belongs only to the moment in which it occurred, and then it fades into silence again. The mattress holds you like a slow tide, receding after a long night, its surface still shaped by your body, even as you lie motionless within it. There's no effort to maintain that shape now. No need to press into the bed or stay awake enough to feel yourself lying there. The lines of where your back meets the sheet are softening, blurring at the edges like ink in water. And that softness isn't a surrender. It's simply how weight settles when it's not being held up by urgency. You don't need to decide what is real or imagined anymore. What matters now is whether you feel the pressure of your breath against your chest, how it rises without permission, how it falls with no destination in mind. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It doesn't want anything from you. It's not a mirror waiting for reflection, nor a doorway to something beyond. It's just the absence of light, and in that stillness, you are not required to perform. There is no performance needed to be present, only presence itself, which requires nothing more than being here, now, without needing to justify why. There's a warmth pooling at your hip, where your thigh presses against the blanket. It doesn't spread or deepen, it just stays. Not because it has been earned, but because that's how heat behaves when left alone, slowly gathering in small places until it becomes part of the body's quiet conversation with itself. You aren't responsible for its temperature. You don't need to explain why this spot is warmer than others. It simply exists, like a memory without content, or a sigh that never made it into words. Your fingers rest on your stomach, light enough not to press down, heavy enough to feel the movement of breath underneath them. The skin there isn't thinking. It's only responding, registering each shift as if learning for the first time how air travels through a body. And you aren't teaching it anything. You're just letting it be touched by sensation without asking it to remember or interpret. Outside, something moves. Maybe wind brushing against eaves. Maybe branches swaying in slow rhythm with no one watching. The sound doesn't reach your ears as meaning. It arrives like a whisper that didn't mean to speak, and you don't need to catch its shape. You can let it pass through the walls and vanish into silence without ever having known what it was. The weight of not knowing isn't something you carry. It's simply how space feels when no one tells you where to place your feet. There is no map here, no compass that points north or south or anywhere at all. You aren't lost because there are no markers. You're only resting in the kind of stillness where distance doesn't matter and direction can be forgotten. There's a moment, just this one, when you realize how much of your life has been spent trying to fit thoughts into boxes that don't exist, trying to make sense of things with names they never had. But here, there is no name for the feeling in your chest when it rises and falls without purpose. No label for the quiet hum beneath your skin when nothing happens but time passing. That's not a flaw in awareness. It's just how perception works when you stop trying to fix it. You don't have to make sense of your own body. It doesn't need approval from your mind to keep beating, to keep breathing, to keep holding warmth against cold air. The way your breath moves now, slow, unforced, isn't a performance. It's not a ritual. It's just the rhythm of being alive without needing an audience. There's a sound again, not from outside this time, from within. The soft creak of joints settling as you shift ever so slightly on the mattress, like old wood adjusting to rain after months of drought. Not enough to wake you, not enough to change anything. Just a small movement in your own weight, and it passes without comment. Your toes are curled now, not from cold, not from tension, but because they've remembered how to curl. They don't need to be told why. They just do. Like leaves turning toward the sun, even when no one is looking. There's an old habit buried somewhere in your awareness. The urge to fix things, to tidy thoughts that haven't asked for help. But tonight, there's no need to clean up the loose ends. There's no unfinished business to resolve. The mind doesn't have to be tidy in order to rest. It can be messy and still be allowed to sleep. You're not required to understand what you feel when you lie like this. When your thoughts dissolve into the quiet between one breath and the next, you don't need clarity for it to be real. Just as a shadow isn't less real because no one sees it, your awareness remains even when there's nothing left to hold on to. The air in the room moves without direction, drifting around corners, passing through cracks in the wall like something that has forgotten how to go anywhere at all. It doesn't rush toward anything, doesn't avoid anything, just drifts, like thoughts do when they're not chasing answers. There's a patch on your neck where the blanket has lifted slightly. Not enough to expose skin, just enough for a faint draft to touch you like a hand that meant no harm. You don't pull it down. You don't cover yourself tighter. You simply let that small difference remain. No need to correct or adjust. It's not about control. It's about letting things be as they are. The air, the blanket, your breath, the silence. Not because you've decided what's right, but because you're no longer trying to decide at all. You don't have to explain why the room feels quiet tonight. You don't need to ask if it will stay that way. The quiet is not a promise or a warning. It's just how things are when they aren't being changed by intention. There's a kind of peace in knowing you're not responsible for what happens next. Not because you've given up, but because you're no longer fighting against the fact that nothing needs to happen at all. You don't have to believe anything about meaning, or time, or where you come from. You just need to be here, breathing, sensing, existing in a body that doesn't demand an explanation for being present. The ceiling above you is not holding up your thoughts. It's not listening. It's simply there, the same way the wall beside you has always been, without caring if anyone notices it or remembers it, exists. You don't need to remember anything now. You don't have to recall a name, a place, a feeling from years ago. There is no archive in this moment, no record of who you were before this breath, just the weight of your arm resting on your chest, the warmth where your leg touches yours, and the slow passage of air through your nose without ever having been asked to go anywhere. There's a thought, faint, almost forgotten, that once told you everything had to have purpose, but it didn't say why. it didn't explain how or when. And now, in this stillness, that idea feels distant, like something someone else said in another life, under different light. You don't need to refute it. You don't need to agree. It's just a memory of a rule you used to follow. And now, it's not calling anymore. The room has its own rhythm. Slow, steady, uninterested in urgency. The floorboards settle every few minutes with a tiny groan, like something remembering how to be quiet after being still for too long. Not loud enough to break the night, just present enough to remind you that even silence isn't motionless. There's no reason to stay awake, no duty to think through anything more. You're not failing because your attention drifts. You're not losing time because your mind wanders into places without signs or names. That wandering is just how the mind moves when it's allowed to stop searching for answers. Your fingers are still on your stomach. The breath rises again. This one's softer, slower than before, and you don't guide it. It comes and goes like a tide that doesn't know where it began or where it ends. You're not doing anything special right now. You're not being good or bad, wise or lost. You're just lying there beneath the blanket in darkness, with your thoughts neither racing nor still, just floating like dust particles in air you don't feel. The air near your shoulder is still cool where the blanket doesn't quite meet. A pocket of temperature that doesn't insist on being named. You don't shift to fill it or escape from it. It's not an invitation, nor a warning, just another way the night settles into its own shape around you. There's no story behind why this space feels different than others. It simply is what it is, like the slight dip in the mattress where your body has pressed down over years of lying here, unremembered but known by the fabric. Your toes are curled slightly, not from cold or effort, but because they've found their own position without instruction. They don't have to be straight or relaxed. They just are. The space between them is small, barely more than a breath's width, and it holds nothing but air that hasn't been claimed by anything else tonight. A sound comes through the wall, a single low creak, like wood stretching under weight. Not enough to wake you, but enough to make your awareness shift slightly, as if something had just passed close enough to brush against the edge of your attention. But it wasn't meant for you. It didn't pause to see if you were listening. It happened in its own time, with no regard for whether anything noticed or cared. That's how things are when they're not being watched. They move without needing to be explained, without apology or proof. The silence isn't empty. It's full of movements too quiet to call events, too soft to register as noise. You don't have to listen for them. They aren't waiting to be understood. There's a thread in the blanket near your hip that's come loose. Just one strand, not broken, just loosened from its place like it gave up trying to stay where it was. It hangs there, not fluttering, not caught on anything, just dangling against your leg, as if testing whether gravity will pull it down or let it float. You don't pick it up. You don't tuck it back in. The thread has found its own way of being, unresolved, but present. That's all it needs to be. Your breath returns without warning. Not loud, not shallow. Just a quiet expansion beneath your ribs, like water rising in a well that doesn't know how deep the source is. It fills you and leaves again without asking permission or offering reason. You don't need to follow it. You don't have to keep track of where it goes. The darkness above isn't black. It's layered, like cloth folded over itself many times. There are pockets where light might have passed through once, long ago, but now there's nothing left to show for it. And that's okay. The absence doesn't need justification. It doesn't demand explanation. It just is. You don't imagine what lies beyond the ceiling. You don't wonder if another room exists above this one, or whether anyone else is awake in some other house somewhere far away doing exactly this. Lying still, letting time pass like a current that carries nothing but weightless motion. There's no point to wondering. No need to build bridges between places you've never seen. Your left hand rests on your chest, as if it had come there by chance rather than design. The fingers are open, not clenched or searching. They don't feel the heartbeat beneath them. They just rest in a way that feels like letting go without knowing what was being held. The wall beside you isn't listening. It doesn't care how long you stay awake or if your thoughts grow heavy with questions that have no names. It's been there longer than memory, and it won't leave when you do, nor will it remember you when you're gone. There are things in the house that haven't moved for years. A chair beside a window, its back turned toward the light. The edge of a book left open on a table. A spoon forgotten in a sink. None of them is waiting for anything. They don't expect to be used again. They're not disappointed by absence. That's how it can be. You too could just stay like this, present, unclaimed, without purpose or consequence. Not because you've chosen that path, but because no one asked you to choose at all. A faint tremor runs through your shoulder, not pain, not movement, just a tiny release of tension that had settled in place without invitation. It passes quickly, gone before you could name it, like steam rising from water that didn't boil. The air shifts again near your throat, light and warm against skin that doesn't remember being touched by anything else for hours. You don't adjust the blanket. You don't pull up a corner or tuck in an edge. The warmth stays where it is, not because you allowed it to be there, but because nothing changed. There's no need to decide what this moment means, or if it will last, or whether you'll remember it when morning comes. You're not required to preserve anything. Not the stillness, not the breath, not even your own presence in it. The room doesn't ask for gratitude. It doesn't demand acknowledgement. It simply holds you as it always has, without condition, without expectation. You don't need to believe in continuity or permanence. You don't have to imagine that this night will matter tomorrow. The only thing required of you now is to remain here, not to become anything new, not to arrive anywhere, but just to be what you are. Someone breathing beneath a thin cloth, listening to the slow language of silence. There's no answer hidden behind your eyes or buried in the floorboards. No truth waiting at the end of this path. The only thing that exists is this breath and the way it flows through you, like something passing through without purpose. Your right foot has curled slightly inward, just enough to press against the edge of the blanket as if testing whether it could slip off or stay put. It doesn't move again. There's no need to know why it did that. No reason to interpret it. The curl is not a signal, nor a warning, nor an intention. It just happened, like everything else. The ceiling isn't holding anything up. No thoughts, no worries, no futures. It simply exists in its own stillness. Like the wall, like the floor, like the air that doesn't care whether it's been breathed or not. You don't need to understand why you're here. You don't have to explain what this silence means, or how long it will last, or if you'll ever feel different again. You are allowed to be without reason, to lie in darkness with no answer and still be whole. The weight of your arm on your chest doesn't press down. It simply rests there, not heavy but present, like a leaf fallen into water that floats because it has stopped trying to rise. There's no event happening now, no beginning or end. Just the slow unfolding of being in a body that does nothing special, and yet is exactly where it needs to be. Right here, beneath this blanket, with your eyes closed and your breath rising like something that doesn't need a name. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to sleep. There's no expectation for what comes next. No demand for progress or resolution. The house settles again. The same soft groan from the floorboards. Deeper this time, as if it had been holding its breath and finally let it go. That sound doesn't mean anything. It just is. And so are you. There's a rhythm to stillness that isn't tied to time. No beginning or end. No marker of passage. It's not measured in minutes or hours. but in the way your chest moves when nothing else demands motion. You don't have to keep track of where this leads. You don't need to know if it's meaningful or false. You just are here. And that's enough. The thread on your blanket still hangs loose. Just one strand. Not tangled, not broken. Simply drifting in the space between what was and what isn't yet. You could reach for it. Or you could leave it alone. Either way, nothing changes. Not because you've decided, but because no decision is required. The air near your temples stays cool, not cold, just untouched by warmth, like a moment that forgot to be claimed by anything else. There's no need to fix the chill, no obligation to warm it with thought or movement. It's not missing anything. It doesn't want to become something else. The floorboard beneath you shifts again. Not a creak, not a groan, but a quiet release, like something letting go after holding its breath for longer than it meant to. It's not speaking. It's just existing in the way that old wood does when no one is listening. Slow, patient, indifferent to whether anything will ever walk across it again. You don't need to wonder if it remembers footsteps or what they sounded like. The floor doesn't hold memory. Only weight, only time passing through its grain, without leaving a trace. Your left hand rests flat on the mattress, fingers open, but not reaching. The skin there is warm from where you've pressed your palm down earlier, and now that warmth lingers in the space between your fingertips, as if it had gathered light while you weren't watching. It doesn't matter how long it stays like this. What matters is that it's here. Just a patch of heat on the surface of something unremarkable. No deeper than the curve of your wrist or the way your pulse beats quietly under the skin. There's a shadow near the wall where the light from outside never quite reaches. The kind of darkness that doesn't feel empty. It isn't hiding anything. It just is what it is. Not absence, but presence in another form. Like silence after sound has left and still hasn't decided to fade. You could turn your head toward it if you wanted. But there's no reason to, no destination behind the shape. The shadow doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't want recognition or explanation. The air near your ear is moving, not rushing, not thick with intention, but shifting slowly, like a curtain that hasn't been drawn closed, but isn't fully open either. You can feel it shift when you breathe in, just slightly, as though the room is breathing back at you, softly and without demand. There's no need to name what that movement means or why it happens. It moves because air does not stop moving. It doesn't pause for thoughts or questions. Your breath comes again, longer this time, fuller, not forced, but allowed. You don't guide it. It just settles into the shape of your chest, like water finding its level in a cup that was never meant to hold anything important. The rhythm isn't trying to be steady. It's not aiming for calm or control. It simply continues because nothing has told it otherwise. A thread from the blanket is still loose, floating near your hip, same one as before, but now it's caught a little current of air that lifts it just above the surface of the fabric. Not enough to pull free, not enough to fall away, just suspended between two states, held and unheld, belonging and leaving. You don't need to do anything about it. You're not responsible for its fate or its freedom. It doesn't require you to fix it, understand it, or even notice it. The wall behind your head feels different now, not because of any change in the plaster, but because your body has stopped resisting its presence. The pressure isn't a boundary anymore. It's just there. Like the way gravity stays quiet when no one is measuring it. You don't have to lean into it or push away. It doesn't ask for anything from you. Your ankle turns slightly in the air, just enough that the tendons stretch and release without meaning, like an old hinge letting go after years of holding still. No purpose behind it, no reason why it moved when it did. The movement happens because motion exists, even when no one watches. It doesn't need approval or explanation. The silence isn't flat. It's not a void. It has texture, like wool brushed against skin, like the faintest hum in wires that aren't connected to anything anymore. It carries weight without being heavy. It surrounds you without enclosing you. You don't have to name it or claim it. You're not separate from it. And yet, you're not swallowed by it either. The space around your body isn't empty. It's full of air that doesn't need a reason to be there. Full of time that doesn't care about measuring itself. Full of stillness that doesn't demand participation. You don't have to fill it with thought or feeling or story. The room holds you without effort. There's a seam in the blanket where two pieces of fabric meet, not stitched perfectly, not loose either, just a line where one piece ends and another begins, like the edge between two thoughts that almost connect but never quite do. It doesn't need to be fixed. It isn't broken. It just is what it was meant to be. Imperfect, quiet, unremarkable. You don't have to decide whether you're tired or awake. You don't need to figure out where your attention should go. There's no test coming. No one waiting for an answer. The night doesn't care if you understand anything. It just continues. Same as always. Same as never. And so do you. Your shoulder sinks a little lower into the mattress, not because of fatigue, but because gravity has its own way of settling things without asking permission. The curve of your back adjusts slightly, not to comfort, not to alignment, but simply to follow where pressure leads when no one is guiding it. The air near your collarbone cools again, just a little, like the moment after steam lifts from water and leaves behind only quiet. It doesn't mean anything that it's cool. It just is. And so are you. The chill isn't lonely, nor is it cold in any way that hurts. It's just there, like the corner of your vision where light forgets to go. There's no event happening now, no story unfolding, not even a shadow moving across the floor. Just breath and weight and stillness. None of them trying to become anything more than what they are. Your fingers twitch, not in response to thought, not in anticipation. That hasn't yet woken up. It's not reaching for anything. It doesn't want to open or close. It just moves because movement is part of being alive. Even when no one sees it, the darkness isn't a lack. It's full with the kind of quiet that only comes after all sound has stopped and still hasn't left. The room holds its breath in ways you can feel, but not name. You don't need to understand it. You're not being asked to explain silence or the space between heartbeats. The blanket shifts slightly, not because you moved, not because of wind, but as if something beneath it has shifted and changed position just enough that the surface follows without resistance. It's not a signal. It doesn't mean anything. But still, there is a kind of grace in how it settles again, like nothing was ever unbalanced. You don't have to be ready for morning. You don't need to prepare for anything beyond this moment. The next breath, the next shift, the next quiet passing through you. There's no timeline, no progress bar. The night is not waiting for an ending. It's just here, holding space in a way that doesn't ask for recognition. The air near your nose feels different, lighter, thinner, like it has stopped carrying weight or meaning, and now moves only because motion exists as its own reason. You don't have to inhale deeply to feel alive. You're already alive, even when stillness is the loudest thing in you. There's no need to fix the way your spine curves into the mattress. No need to straighten it, adjust it, or worry about whether it will hurt later. It holds its shape not because of strength, but because it's been shaped by years of lying down and doing nothing special. Just being where gravity placed you. A thought drifts through, not a word, not an image, but the ghost of one, like a leaf caught in wind that has already passed. You don't grab it, you don't let go, It just passes through, leaving no trace behind. And then there's nothing again, just breath and weight and darkness. The room doesn't echo, the walls don't speak, the ceiling doesn't hold anything up or down. They simply exist, not as support, not as sky, but as part of the quiet that has been here longer than any thought you might have had. You're not holding on to anything. You're not letting go either. You're just in between what was and what isn't yet, and that's enough. The way your shoulder rests against the mattress isn't a decision. It's just what happens when softness meets pressure, and neither fights back. There's no intention behind that point of contact, no memory guiding how deep the curve sinks in. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, balanced or uneven. The surface holds you as it always has, not because it was designed to, but because it knows what happens when weight arrives and stays still. Your skin remembers this shape, not from learning, but from being touched by time, over and over again, without ceremony. A sound passes through the room like air, moving across a stone that's already cooled. Not loud enough to be called noise, not quiet enough to vanish, just there. The kind of absence that makes silence feel heavier than sound ever could. You don't need to place it or name it. It doesn't belong anywhere except in this moment, where it drifts like dust caught between two layers of glass. There's no reason for it to mean anything, no lesson hidden beneath its shape. The air near your temple moves slightly, not because you breathed deeply, not because something stirred, but as if the space around you has its own slow pulse, a rhythm that doesn't match yours but still flows alongside. It isn't rushing toward anything. It's just breathing in time with the room itself, which is not alive and yet feels like it listens. Your fingers lie flat on your chest now, not curled, not tense, just resting, as if they've finally found their natural position after a long search that never happened. They don't want to reach or hold. They aren't waiting for anything. The tips of them are slightly warm, where they press against skin, and the rest cools into something softer than memory, like a surface left behind by water when it evaporates without leaving a trace. The blanket is no longer just covering you. It's becoming part of how your body feels its own edges. It doesn't define warmth or cold anymore. Instead, it settles into that space between where the skin ends and the outside begins. There's no boundary now, only continuity, the way heat seeps through fabric without needing to be invited, like something remembering an old conversation. You don't have to decide whether this is peaceful. You're not being asked to rate your state or compare it to others. Peace isn't a destination you reach by solving anything. It's already here in the shape of how your knee bends slightly under its own weight, how the soft part of your calf presses into the mattress with no effort required. A tiny shift occurs, Not in motion, not in awareness, but like something adjusting beneath sleep that doesn't know it's sleeping yet. Your hip moves just enough to change pressure distribution without waking up. The air shifts too, not dramatically, but as if gravity has shifted its attention for a moment and allowed one point of your body to slip just slightly forward into the dark. There is no narrative in this motion, no reason behind it. It isn't progress or retreat. It's simply movement that happens when stillness is allowed to breathe. You don't need to follow where it leads. You're not being asked to understand how one part of you connects to another. The way your ribs rise and fall doesn't have to make sense. They do it because they can, like waves returning without needing permission or purpose. The ceiling above isn't holding up the world. It's just a surface that exists in shadow, untouched by light but still present, as if it had always been there. It doesn't need your attention. You don't owe it anything. It doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. It simply is, like the space between heartbeats, like the pause after breath leaves and before it returns. There's no event unfolding in that stillness. No story waiting to begin. No hidden meaning tucked into the way your neck tilts slightly toward one shoulder, as if gravity decided to favor a certain angle for tonight only. You aren't failing at anything by not knowing what this means. Not needing answers isn't failure. It's just how things are when you stop trying to make them mean something they never promised to be. The darkness doesn't hide secrets. It simply isn't bright. There's no need to search inside it, to look for signs or signals. You don't have to wait for a spark, a vision, an epiphany. The silence is not empty. It's full of things that don't speak and never will. Your breath doesn't have to be deep to count. It doesn't matter if you inhale fully or shallowly. Each one arrives without needing your approval. You're already breathing, just like the air outside the window moves through cracks in glass. Not because it's wanted, but because that's how motion exists when no one is directing it. You don't need to be awake for this moment to matter. You're not being tested on whether you can stay present. The act of lying still isn't a performance. It's just what happens when the body lets go of needing to do anything special. No effort, no strategy, no goal beyond staying exactly where you are. The fabric of the blanket shifts again, not because you moved it, not because wind stirred, but like something beneath has shifted its weight and made room for another shape without making a sound. It settles into place as if nothing changed, though everything did in ways too subtle to name. There's no demand on your attention. No need to focus or remember or protect yourself from what might come next. You're not being asked to prepare for anything beyond the next breath. And even that isn't urgent. Your left foot is slightly higher than your right. Not because you meant it, not because of posture, but simply because Gravity doesn't care about symmetry when no one's watching. The air near your ear feels different now, lighter, more open, as if something is loosened in the space where sound used to gather. It doesn't echo. It doesn't carry meaning. It just moves like wind through a crack that wasn't there before and never will be again. You don't have to fix anything by thinking about it. You're not responsible for making sense of what you can't see or touch. The fact that some things remain unknown isn't a flaw in the world. It's how the world works when no one is trying to control it. There's room in this stillness for things to be unresolved, for questions to float without answers. There's space not just to rest, but to exist as something incomplete, unformed, and yet whole in its own way. Like a curve that hasn't been finished, but doesn't need to be. The thought of tomorrow doesn't touch you now, not because it won't come, but because right now, there is no timeline. No rush toward an ending. The night isn't waiting for morning. It's not holding anything back. It simply exists in its own time. Slow, continuous, unhurried. Your body knows how to be still without trying. It remembers the shape of rest from years ago when you didn't understand it, but let yourself lie down anyway. You don't have to earn this moment by being good or wise or awake. You're already here, not because you did something right, but because you kept breathing, kept lying in place, kept showing up even when no one asked. There's no need to gather your thoughts together, no reason to organize them into a story that makes sense. The way they drift isn't failure. It's just how the mind moves when it stops trying to be useful. You're not being asked to carry meaning. You don't have to give anything to this moment. It doesn't want you to prove your worth, your clarity, or your intention. It only wants you to stay, just as you are, without changing or fixing or explaining yourself. There's a kind of peace in that, not because everything is solved, not because certainty arrived, but because, for now, nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing has to become anything else. Your hand lies on your chest like it forgot where it was going. It doesn't want to open or close. It just rests, as if learning how to exist without purpose. And that's enough. Your fingers are still resting where they fell, on your chest, on the edge of the blanket, somewhere between warmth and weight. And that's how you stay now, not because you chose it, but because letting go isn't something you do so much as something that happens to you. The air is thick with silence, not empty, not cold, but full in a way that doesn't demand your attention. It settles behind your eyes like a slow tide that knows no shore. There's nothing to catch there, nothing to hold on to, just the soft pressure of space pressing back on itself. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to notice how many breaths have passed since you stopped trying to count them. The rhythm isn't perfect, but it doesn't need to be. It moves through you like a thread pulled taut only between 2 points that don't know why they're connected. Your shoulder blade presses into the mattress at an angle not of your making. Some slight shift in muscle tone, or a breath too deep for your body to remember how to return from, and it's held there without resistance. Not because you decided to stay still, but because staying still isn't something you do. It's what happens when nothing else is required. There's no reason why the room should feel like this. No logic that says darkness must be soft or quiet, must carry weight. But here it is, a shapeless presence that doesn't press on you, but unfolds around your edges. The walls aren't close, and they're not far either. They don't hold anything in place except the air itself, which moves like memory, slightly off kilter, just beyond recall. It's not necessary to understand where it came from, or what it might carry. You don't have to track its path through the room, how it settles near your ankles, how it drifts upward toward your collarbone. The blanket is no longer a thing you're lying under. It's more like an extension of stillness itself. A thin layer not meant to keep out cold, but to mark where one kind of motion ends and another begins. It doesn't cover everything. There are places near your wrists, near the curve of your hip, where fabric lifts just slightly on its own, as if the air has learned how to slide beneath it without disturbing anything else. You're not thinking about what tomorrow might bring. You're not imagining voices or decisions or meetings that haven't happened yet. The future isn't waiting for you with a list. It's not leaning in to whisper something urgent. It exists, yes, but only as possibility, not demand. And even that possibility is quiet now, drifting like dust at the edge of vision. You don't have to prepare for anything beyond your next breath. You aren't being asked to gather yourself together or tighten up against uncertainty. There's no need to brace yourself or build a wall between you and what isn't known. The fact that some things remain unanswerable doesn't mean they're dangerous. It just means they're not meant to be solved. Your left ear feels heavier than the right, not because of blood flow, not because of pressure, but as if something inside has decided to stay still longer than usual, to listen without needing a reason. The sound that comes through isn't from outside. There's no door creaking or distant car engine. It's just the quiet hum beneath all noise, the kind that only arrives when everything else stops trying to be heard. The fabric of your shirt brushes against your collarbone with every breath, not sharply, but softly, like something remembering a gesture it once made for someone who isn't here anymore. You don't have to think about what it means. It doesn't matter if the memory is real or imagined. What matters is that it's happening now. The light touch of cloth on skin, a sensation without context. Your breath moves through your nose and out again in small waves, not fast enough to be called rhythm, not slow enough to be stillness. It's just there, like water seeping into soil, not filling anything, not escaping, but simply being part of the ground it touches. The darkness isn't empty. It doesn't promise answers or hide dangers. It only is, without intention, without judgment. And in that, there is no demand on you to respond, to understand, to make sense of its shape. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters. You aren't being asked to measure it against anything else. There's no need to compare it to other nights, other thoughts, other places where you've tried and failed to rest. This isn't better or worse than anything before. It just is. And that is enough. There's a space between your ribs where the air doesn't feel like pressure, but like something being held open, not for entry, not for exit, but simply because it hasn't closed yet. You don't have to close it. You don't even need to notice it's there. It just breathes with you, in silence. The corner of your right foot curls slightly inward, just enough that the skin at the base of your toes feels pulled taut and then releases again without effort, like a muscle remembering how to let go after years of holding on. You don't have to fix this. You don't even need to know what's happening. The body knows its own language better than you do. It doesn't speak in words or plans. It speaks in slight shifts, in the way your spine tilts just off center when gravity takes over from will. It speaks in the quiet between breaths, where time stops not because it ends, but because nothing is asking for it to move. There's no reason why this should feel like peace, but it does. Not because all questions are answered, not because meaning has arrived, but because you're not being asked to carry anything anymore. There's no need to prove yourself awake or aware or worthy of rest. You don't have to earn the right to be still. The air near your shoulder feels cooler now, just a fraction. But it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't signal cold or illness or danger. It just is. And that's enough. There's no need to name what is. No demand to explain why it changed. The world doesn't have to make sense in order to be real. Your hand on your chest has shifted slightly, not moved by you, but because something beneath has adjusted itself. It rests now with less weight, as if the body has learned how to release not only tension, but also expectation. There's no need for it to do anything special. No demand that it stay open or closed, active or still. You're not being asked to think about love or loss or what you've forgotten. You don't have to retrieve any memory from the back of your mind. The past isn't knocking at your door. It's not asking for entry or tribute. It just is. Like all things that aren't here now, but were once part of a time that has passed. The room holds its shape without trying to keep it. The darkness doesn't fight against silence. The fabric beneath you doesn't resist being folded in on itself by your body's presence. There's no performance required, no need to be anything more than what is already happening. There's space for the question to remain, whether this moment matters, whether any of it does, but not because there's an answer waiting, just because it can stay unasked and still be real. You don't have to resolve anything. You don't even need to notice that you're not resolving it. The act of letting go isn't about doing something right. It's just the absence of trying. And in that, there is a kind of presence. Not strong or loud, but steady. Like air moving through a room no one has entered. You're not being asked to be anything special. You don't have to become calm or wise or peaceful. You're already here, not because you achieved it, but because the body keeps breathing and the breath keeps flowing and something in you refuses to leave even when everything else seems uncertain. There's no need for clarity now. No demand that thoughts align or meanings line up. The mind doesn't have to be useful. It can wander, drift, forget its own path, because it isn't being asked to lead anywhere. The edge of your left ear feels like a quiet door that's been left unlatched, slightly open to what's just beyond hearing. Without effort or intention, you don't need to listen in. There's no message waiting on the other side. The sound that slips through is not meant for you, nor does it require response. It's only there because air moves and things shift. Like dust particles drifting past a beam of moonlight you can't see but know is passing over your skin. Your eyelids are still closed, yes, but they're no longer holding anything back. They don't need to keep the world out or preserve some inner clarity. They simply rest, as if remembering how not to fight. There's a seam in the blanket where two threads have parted slightly, just enough that light from outside the room, faint and distant, catches it at an angle. Not bright, just a whisper of color, like memory catching on fabric. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a sign or a signal. It's just there. The way shadows settle in corners when no one is watching. The wall behind you has shifted its shape slightly, not physically, but in how it feels. Less solid than before, more like an outline that's softened at the edges, not disappearing, just becoming less certain of itself. You're lying still, and stillness isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need to be named. The air near your collarbone is warmer now, not because it's heated, but because you've stopped trying to control how much breath comes in or out. It just flows, somehow naturally, and the warmth spreads like a ripple through muscle and bone, slow and unhurried. You don't need to make it deeper or slower. It doesn't have to be conscious. The body knows what what breathing is without having to explain it. The thought that has been hovering at the edge of your awareness, the one about whether there's any reason for all this, doesn't press forward anymore. It doesn't demand a reply. It just rests in the background like an old book left on a shelf. Not forgotten, but no longer open. You don't have to turn its pages or decide what it means. It's not unfinished. It's simply part of the quiet now. The blanket has shifted again, not by your hand, nor by any willful act, but because gravity and warmth are doing their work in silence. The fabric folds around your hips where it meets your leg, not tightly, but gently, like a hand that's learned to hold without pressure. There's no need for it to stay smooth or even. It can gather and ripple, shift slightly with every breath, settle into new shapes as if the material itself is learning how to be still in motion. Your right foot has curled inward just enough that your toes press against the heel of the other foot, not because you did it, but because something beneath you has decided to adjust. No effort required. The muscle released without permission and now rests where it landed. It doesn't need to stay straight or flat. It can be crooked if that's what feels true in this moment. There's a sound from the street outside. Distant, muffled, not loud enough to wake you, but close enough to feel like part of the room. Not a siren, not footsteps, just something moving slowly through space without urgency. It doesn't belong to any story. It has no beginning or end. It's only sound that happens in passing, like wind through branches that haven't been seen for years. Your breath is still rising and falling. The rise isn't faster than the fall, nor slower. They meet each other halfway, not with purpose, but with balance. You don't have to guide it. You can let the rhythm drift wherever it wants, even if it gets quiet in places, especially then. That pause between inhales is not a gap. It's not absence. It's just space where nothing happens. And still everything continues. The darkness under your eyes has softened, not gone away, but become less sharp at the edges. It doesn't feel like a lack of light. It feels like something that has settled into its own shape over time. The night isn't waiting to be broken by morning. It's not preparing for anything. It just is, like your ribs holding air, like your hands lying still on your stomach, like the way silence grows in rooms when no one speaks. You don't have to feel calm. You don't have to want peace. You're allowed to feel uncertain and heavy at once, and still be held by the same quiet that holds everything else. Dust, fabric, breath, shadow. The world doesn't ask for your approval or understanding. It just continues, unrushed, unjudged, not designed to mean anything specific. There's a line in your forearm where skin meets muscle and the pulse moves just beneath, faint but steady. Not loud, not urgent, just there, like water moving under stone when no one is listening. You can feel it without needing to know what it means. You don't need to name the rhythm or trace its path through veins. It's not asking for recognition. The corner of your mouth has lowered slightly, not because you're sad, but because tension has eased where it wasn't needed. The face doesn't have to stay in any position. It can slump, relax, forget how to smile without effort. No one is watching. There's no performance required. Your jaw unclenches not with intention, but simply because it realizes it doesn't need to stay tight. The air near your knee feels cooler again, just a little, but you don't flinch. You don't pull the blanket higher or shift position. It's just another sensation among many, like noticing how your shoulder blade sits slightly differently when weight shifts on one side. Not wrong, just different. There's no need to wonder what will happen next. Not even curiosity is required. The future isn't knocking. It doesn't have a voice. It's not arriving with urgency or expectation. It's simply there in the background. The way gravity hums beneath all things without being noticed. Your fingers are still, but they're not frozen. They rest where they've fallen, not because you placed them, but because your body has decided that this is enough, that no movement is needed, no gesture to prove you're present or awake. You don't have to be doing anything for it to count. The fabric of the blanket now feels less like a barrier and more like something that's learned how to hold without resisting. It folds around your body not to protect, but because it fits. Like roots growing into soil they didn't know was there. The weave has softened over time, not through effort, but through being used. You don't have to understand the meaning of any of this. The shape of your hand on your chest, the way air slips between ribs, the fact that you're still breathing when nothing else is certain. You just are right here, right now. Not because you earned it or deserved it, but because something in you has kept going without being asked to. There's no need to remember what you forgot. The past isn't calling. It doesn't want anything from you. It simply exists as a shadow that once touched your skin and is now just part of the quiet, where memories gather like dust on shelves no one opens. Your left hand has shifted again, just slightly, so gently, it might not even be noticeable. But it's there, palm turned upward, fingers relaxed, not seeking anything, not holding, not letting go, just resting in whatever shape comes naturally. There's a breath that doesn't end the way others do. It lingers, not because you're aware of it, but because something within has stopped forcing it forward. It just stays, like water on stone, when no one is pouring. No need to fill or empty. No demand for completion. The darkness beneath your closed eyes isn't black. It's full of soft edges and shapes that don't have names. Not void, not emptiness, just presence without form. Like the way silence can feel thick when it's not broken by sound. You're allowed to be unfinished. You're allowed to be uncertain. You're allowed to lie here with thoughts that never settle, with questions that never get answers, and still be real. Still whole, still held, not because you've done enough, but simply because being is enough. The room has stopped trying to stay the same. The walls don't need to keep their shape. The floor doesn't have to feel solid. You don't have to believe anything to be here. The way your breath moves now isn't measured by time. It's shaped like a slow tide that doesn't need an ocean to belong to. It comes and goes without announcement, not because you invited it, but because something in the dark knows how to keep rhythm even when no one is listening. You don't have to listen either. There's no performance required of your lungs or heart. They continue as if they've always known this silence was a place where things could live without being explained. The curve of your elbow rests against the edge of the mattress, not because you arranged it that way, but because the body has learned how to rest in places where gravity doesn't demand compensation. It's not leaning into anything. It's just there, limb fallen into its own geometry, like a branch settling after wind stops. The skin along your forearm is cool and quiet, sensitive only to what touches it by accident. The faint pull of fabric, the gentle pressure of air moving across stillness. There's no need to name any of this, no urgency to turn it into something usable or meaningful. You don't have to extract value from silence just because it exists. It doesn't require a function. The fact that your knee is slightly lifted, just enough for the blanket to fold beneath it like an old paper crease, isn't an error. Not a sign of unrest. It's simply how weight distributes itself when no one is asking it to be symmetrical or intentional. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It has layers, soft folds that shift with breath and pulse, not because they're reacting, but because they've always been shaped by what happens in the body, a kind of internal weather that moves without direction. You don't have to navigate it. You don't even need to know where you are inside your own skin. The space between ribs is not a container for answers. It's just space, warm, uneven, full of air that doesn't care about meaning, but stays anyway. There's no reason for the room to remain fixed. It can soften at the edges, blur into something less defined. The wall behind your head isn't required to stay solid. The floor beneath your feet doesn't need to feel certain. You don't have to believe in any of it to be here. Not even belief in presence is necessary. Only its simple occurrence. A sound comes from somewhere. The faintest creak. Not from the house, but from memory. Perhaps a door closing in another life. Or something that happened long before you knew how to remember. You don't need to identify it. It doesn't belong to now. It passes like a shadow across thought without touching meaning. Let it go unclaimed. No label needed. No effort to place it. Your fingers are still where they've landed. No longer searching. No longer pretending to be useful. One lies flat against your thigh. Not gripping or pressing, just resting on surface and warmth, as if it has learned how to exist without needing to do anything. The space beneath it is smooth, quiet, not waiting for a gesture, not preparing for movement. It's enough that the hand exists there, simply being, even when no one sees it. There's something in this stillness that isn't about holding on or letting go. It's about allowing things to stay as they are without needing them to become anything else. The blanket doesn't have to be warm. It just is. The air near your neck doesn't need to feel safe. It only needs to exist, which it does. You don't have to fix the way you're lying, or judge whether it's right or wrong for this moment. The idea of tomorrow has not arrived. Not yet. There's no knock at the door. No voice calling from beyond sleep. The future doesn't demand a response. It simply hasn't come. And so, it is permitted to stay unborn. You don't have to carry its weight before it exists. You're allowed to be in the middle of not knowing without being afraid. Not because you've earned it, but because your body has already decided that uncertainty can coexist with presence. It doesn't need a solution. It only needs to exist as it is, unanswered, unfinished, unclaimed. The light from outside, the city's distant glow through the window, isn't bright enough to be seen, not even when you open your eyes. But it exists just the same, not in any way that changes what you're feeling now. It doesn't matter if you can see it or not. The world continues without needing your attention. Your right foot is slightly curled, not because of tension, but because the toes have decided to rest in their own shape, like roots finding space in soil they didn't know was there. There's no effort involved, no goal, just a slow unfolding of what happens when nothing else is required. The sound of your breath isn't loud enough to be called noise. It's not even really sound. It's more like the quiet hum that follows movement, like the way air settles after being stirred. You don't have to listen for it. It doesn't need to be acknowledged, but you're aware of it anyway. Not because you want to be, but because your body has left a trace in the dark that even sleep can't erase. There's no rule saying you must stay awake or fall asleep. No law requiring you to choose one over the other. You don't have to decide whether this moment is real or dreamlike. It doesn't matter if it slips into memory later or if you forget it entirely. What matters is that right now, this breath, this weight on the mattress, this hand resting like a leaf fallen from a tree, it's here. The thought of meaning isn't trying to pull you toward anything. It doesn't demand explanation. It just hangs in the air like dust. Not heavy, not light, but simply present. And you don't have to make sense of it. You only have to let it be part of this space where nothing is expected. The edge of your blanket has slipped slightly, just enough that a bit of your ankle shows through, pale and unguarded. It doesn't need to be covered. It doesn't need to be hidden. The air touches it without judgment. You don't have to fix the way things fall or arrange them in order. There's no shame in not knowing how long this will last. No failure in not being able to measure time with breath. The body knows its own pace. Slow, uneven, unbothered by clocks. It doesn't need to be faster or slower. It just is. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to justify your stillness. There's no test of whether this moment deserves to exist. It simply does, not because you've done anything right, but because the dark has always held things without asking them to prove themselves. The way your breath lingers now isn't a trick or a sign. It doesn't mean anything beyond being. The pause between one inhalation and the next is not empty. It's full of quiet, like water resting in a basin no one remembers filling. You don't have to fill it with meaning. You just let it be. There's no need to wonder what happens when you wake. No reason to fear that something will change. The room isn't waiting for your return. The walls aren't holding their shape because they're afraid of collapsing. They can blur, soften, dissolve, just as easily as they can stay. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to understand. You don't even need to believe in this moment to be part of it. You are already here, not because you arrived, but because you've always been allowed to be. The darkness isn't cold. It's not hostile. It doesn't want anything from you. It's just there. Like the space between stars, or the pause after a word ends, full of possibility that doesn't require naming, full of silence that doesn't ask for attention. And so you stay, not trying to become something, not searching for certainty, not reaching toward answers that don't exist yet. You rest in the shape of your own being, unmade and unclaimed, just as it is, without apology, without effort, without needing to be anything other than what's happening now. Your skin remembers what your mind has forgotten, the slow turn of temperature through the night, the way heat pools beneath the curve of your shoulder, how lightless space can still hold warmth like breath trapped between two hands. The air near your neck is not cool in a way that means danger. It's just air, moving without urgency, shifting as if tracing the outline of something already gone. You don't need to name its path or measure where it came from. It isn't trying to reach you. It isn't avoiding you. It simply exists in this small interval between your skin and the dark, like a breath held too long in someone else's lungs. There is no obligation for things to make sense here. No rule that says silence must be broken or stillness must yield. The space beneath your ribs doesn't require explanation, only presence. Your heartbeat isn't a signal, not a code, not a rhythm meant to convey anything beyond itself. It moves in its own way, uneven and unhurried, like water finding cracks in stone without being told to. You don't need to listen for it, but you do hear it. The soft thud against the wall of your chest, as if something small and ancient is trying to stay awake just long enough to notice. The blanket isn't keeping you warm because it's supposed to. It hasn't earned its place or proved itself worthy. It lies there, thin but steady, not performing any act of protection. Its only function is being, just as your body is. You don't need to think about how well it insulates. That doesn't matter now. What matters is the way it drapes over you, like a shadow that's forgotten why it was cast. There's no reason for it to be heavier or lighter, tighter or looser. It just is. And so are your legs beneath it, resting in their own geometry, not waiting for anything. There's something about how the corner of the blanket slips again, not because you moved, but because the air has shifted slightly, like a sigh that didn't belong to anyone. Your ankle is still uncovered. The skin there doesn't shiver with shame or exposure. It just breathes in time with the rest. No more sensitive than the patch of back where your spine curves inward. No less aware. You don't need to protect any part of yourself from being seen, not even the parts that feel too quiet, too soft, too uncertain. The dark doesn't look at you. It doesn't judge how much you've held or how little you've let go. It simply holds space, like a room with no windows, where every shape is allowed to stay without explanation. The silence isn't empty in the way that means absence. It's full of things that don't need names. The faint creak of wood settling somewhere far off, the slow release of pressure from your hip as it adjusts its weight on the mattress, the soundless pull of gravity when you let yourself sink just a little deeper into the bed. None of these are events. They're not stories to be told later. They don't require memory or meaning to exist. You aren't being tested for how long you can stay still. No score is kept on your ability to endure uncertainty. There's no performance here. No act of bravery. No victory over doubt. You are allowed to be tired. Allowed to not want to think anymore. The fact that your thoughts keep returning to questions about what it all means isn't a failure. It's just the way your mind moves through this time, like fingers brushing against something cold and unfamiliar. But even when you're aware of how much meaning feels out of reach, there's no need to push away from that awareness. You can let the thought hang, like a thread loose in fabric, not caught by anything, but still part of the weave. It doesn't have to be pulled taut or tied off. It just stays, floating. The room isn't waiting for you to understand it. The walls don't need your permission to remain. They've been standing here longer than you knew how to breathe. They haven't changed because they were asked to. They didn't harden or soften in response to anyone's fears. They simply are. Same thickness, same shape, same distance from the ceiling. And so are you. Not as an answer, not as a solution, but as something that exists without needing to be justified. There is no reason for your body to prove it belongs here. It doesn't have to earn its place in this moment any more than the dust does. Suspended just above the floor, caught between light and shadow. Your fingers lie curled on top of the blanket, not closed into fists or opened wide with intention. They're simply there, the way roots grow beneath soil without needing to know why. One finger rests slightly higher than the others, as if it's been touched by a current that passed through unseen. There is no need for you to do anything now. No act of will required. No decision to make about your presence or absence. You don't have to decide whether this night is long or short, whether tomorrow will come with its usual weight or something different. The future isn't knocking at the door. It's not waiting in line anywhere. It just continues. Not as a promise, not as a threat, but as motion that doesn't ask you to participate. You don't have to prepare for it. You don't have to fear it. You don't even have to believe in its shape. The darkness isn't holding your breath, nor is it letting go of yours. It's just here. And so are you. Not because you arrived, not because you chose this, but because there has always been room for something like you. No matter how quietly you exist, your lungs move without being told to. The rise and fall isn't a decision. It's just the way air flows through things that aren't closed off. It doesn't need purpose. It doesn't require your attention, but it is happening. Soft, steady, undisturbed by thoughts about whether it should be faster or slower. You can let yourself drift into this rhythm without needing to stay within any boundary. There's no edge you must not cross, no line that would mark failure if you stepped over it. You're allowed to slip, not into sleep, not into dream, but simply into a place where the next breath feels less like effort and more like permission. The air near your mouth doesn't taste of anything. Just space. Just stillness. Just the faintest hint of warmth from what was once inhaled. It's not sweet or bitter. Not familiar. Not strange. Just present. You don't need to understand what that means. You only have to feel it, the way a leaf falls without needing to know where it will land. There's no rule against being unfinished, against leaving things unresolved, unnamed, unclaimed. The world doesn't collapse when something isn't finished. The sky still turns, even if no one sees it. The earth keeps turning, even if no one remembers the direction. You don't have to carry all of this with you into tomorrow. You don't need to bring your questions forward like trophies or burdens. They can stay here, in the dark, where they're not expected to do anything but exist, like shadows that move when light passes through a gap in the curtains. Your eyes are closed, not because you've fallen asleep, not because you've given up, but because there's no need to look anymore. The world doesn't demand your gaze. You aren't responsible for seeing every detail of everything. There is nothing outside this moment that needs saving or fixing. No thread left unspun in the fabric of meaning. Nothing broken that must be mended now. You don't have to make sense of anything, not even yourself. Not even the way your breath lingers longer than usual, as if time itself has paused just for a second to let you notice it. The stillness isn't heavy. It's not empty. It's not waiting. It's simply what happens when nothing is asked of you, when no one needs anything from you except this: to be here, in the soft ache of your muscles, in the quiet pulse behind your temples, in the way your body sinks into the bed, as if it belongs there by right. You don't have to believe that you belong. You just are. And the dark has already held you, long before you knew how to ask for its company. The way your shoulder rests against the mattress isn't a position you chose. It's just how gravity meets softness, how pressure settles where there was no intention to settle. There is no judgment in that contact, no expectation of permanence. The curve beneath you doesn't care if it will be remembered or not. It only holds what is placed upon it, and right now, your body is simply being held by the shape of the bed, as though the sheets themselves were made to understand stillness before they ever learned how to lie flat. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters. You aren't required to weigh its significance against anything else. No past event, no future hope. The air beside your ear isn't waiting for you to name it. It doesn't need a story or a label. It's just the space where warmth collects, when breath passes through lips that are still and untroubled by effort. You can feel how it changes slightly as you inhale, not because it wants to, but because movement happens in layers, like water flowing under ice without disturbing the surface. There's no clock ticking inside your chest, no invisible hand pushing forward toward something called tomorrow. The time between heartbeats isn't a countdown. It's just space where silence can grow thick enough to feel solid. You don't have to measure it. You aren't expected to fill it with anything. It's not empty, but it also isn't full. It is simply what happens when no one asks you to do more than be. Your fingers are loose at your sides. No need for them to curl, or grip, or reach. They don't have to remember what they used to hold. There's no reason to return to any earlier version of yourself, to retrace footsteps through memory, just so the present can feel earned. You're not being tested on how well you've lived up to anything. No one is reviewing your choices in the dark. The blanket stays where it is, not because you keep it there, but because nothing else has pulled it away. It drapes across your legs like a quiet agreement between fabric and body, as though both have decided that this arrangement is enough for now. You don't need to protect it from being too thin or too heavy. The weight isn't meant to carry meaning. It's just weight, resting where it settles. There's no story behind why you're here, only the fact that you are. Not because of any decision made earlier in life, not because of a moment when everything became clear. You are here because this space has always been open to something like you, even before you knew how to name yourself. The room doesn't require an explanation for your presence. It only needs that you stay, just as the air stays where it is, without needing to justify its own existence. The faint creak of the floorboard downstairs isn't a sign of someone moving through the house. It's just noise from wood adjusting in its place, like a sigh released after hours of stillness. It doesn't mean anything has changed. It doesn't signal danger or arrival. It simply is. Part of the slow breath the house takes when no one is watching. You don't have to listen for patterns in it. You aren't meant to piece together meaning from sound, from silence, from memory. There's no puzzle to solve here. No message hidden in the way dust drifts through a shaft of unseen light. The particles move without direction, without purpose, and without regret. You don't have to make peace with uncertainty. You're not being asked to close your eyes and believe that everything will turn out as it should. That isn't required. What is allowed is this: the right to let go. Not because you've figured anything out, but because holding on has never been necessary in the first place. There's only room for what exists now, exactly as it is. No judgment of whether it should be louder or softer, longer or shorter. The quiet isn't fragile. It doesn't break when you breathe too hard. It simply continues, like a river flowing without needing to tell anyone where it's going. Your skin feels the difference between air and fabric, not because you're analyzing it, but because sensation happens on its own, without your approval. You don't have to decide whether it's warm or cool. The temperature isn't an invitation to act. It's just a fact of being here. Like how shadows grow longer when light shifts. There's no need to wonder if this will last. No pressure to preserve the feeling, to protect the stillness. It's not fragile, just real. And it doesn't care whether you remember it in the morning. The dark holds things without needing them to be remembered. It contains everything, not because it wants to, but simply because that is what darkness does. Your thoughts don't need to finish. They can begin and stop at any point, like a word spoken into the air that never finds its echo. There's no obligation for each idea to reach a conclusion. You aren't required to understand where your mind goes when it wanders through unlit corridors. It doesn't have to return with answers. You don't need to guard against losing yourself in thought, because you weren't ever really holding on to anything that could be lost. There was no fixed center of identity to protect, only the soft shift between awareness and forgetting, like a curtain swaying without wind. There's space for both being awake and not knowing what it means to wake up. You don't have to choose between clarity and mystery. They can coexist in this moment, just as silence and sound do. Not one replacing the other, but simply sharing the same breath of air. A part of you that worries about meaning, about whether your life has weight or direction, isn't wrong. But it's also not in charge. It doesn't get to decide what happens next, nor does it need to carry all the burden alone. You don't have to believe anything for this moment to be real. The act of existing isn't a task that needs to be completed. It's just happening. Like how roots grow underground without needing permission. Like how stars burn in places no one sees. There's nothing you must do to deserve being here. You're not earning your place through effort, through thought, through intention. You can let the question of purpose dissolve, not because it has been answered, but because it is allowed to fade into background noise, like a distant train that passes without stopping at any station. There's no rule against drifting, no penalty for letting go of what you've carried so far. You don't have to carry anything forward. The weight of your thoughts doesn't need to be taken with you when the night turns toward morning, or even if it never does. Your body isn't a vessel that must be filled with meaning. It's not a container meant for completion. It's simply matter, soft, warm, shaped by gravity and stillness and breath. And that is enough. You don't have to figure out why you're here. You only need to notice the way your ribs rise when air enters, how your chest expands without effort, as though something in you knows exactly what it needs, even if it can't name it. There's no urgency, no reason to rush toward understanding or resolution. The night isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't need a performance, a confession, a change of heart. It just is. The same way your breath is. The same way the darkness under your eyelids is. Not asking for anything but presence. You don't have to be someone in order to exist. You aren't required to prove yourself through action or thought. The fact that you are here, this body, this awareness is enough. And when a new sensation arrives, the faintest shift in pressure at the base of your spine, the soft twitch behind your knee, it isn't a signal, not a warning or invitation. It's just another small event in a long sequence of things happening without being asked to explain themselves. The air near your face is still warm, but it's changing, slowly, imperceptibly, not because you're noticing it, but because motion never stops, even when nothing seems to be moving. Your hands lie open on top of the blanket, palms up, as if waiting for nothing at all. No signal, no instruction, just the quiet continuation of being held by gravity and stillness. The weight of your arms is not a burden. It's simply there, like shadows lengthening beneath a tree when the sun dips low, or how water settles into a cup without protest. You aren't holding on to anything, not even to the idea that you should be doing something with your hands. They don't need to grasp. They don't have to point toward meaning. They can simply rest. This is their permission. The air near your neck shifts again, just slightly. A breath of coolness passing over skin already warmed by sleep and stillness. It doesn't announce itself like a warning or an invitation. It's not a message from anywhere. It's only the room breathing back at you, slowly, without rhythm or urgency. You don't have to respond. There's no expectation that you'll interpret it, name it, or remember its shape in the morning. It happens, then fades into what comes next. There is something about silence when it isn't afraid of itself. Not the kind where sound has been erased, but the kind where sound never needed to arrive. Like a stone lying on the bottom of a riverbed for centuries. The water flows over it without knowing its name, without needing to know anything at all. You are like that now. Not forgotten, not invisible, just unclaimed by purpose. The silence isn't empty. It's full with what doesn't need names. Your breath moves through you in waves, each one a small return, a soft re-entry into this body. Not because you've decided to breathe again, but because breathing is the way matter stays connected to itself when no one is watching. Your lungs don't have to be taught how to fill. They know their own rhythm, like roots drawing up water in soil that doesn't speak back. There's a point between thinking and feeling, where your awareness settles into the shape of your spine, not as an idea about posture, but as a sensation. The way warmth pools along the curve at the base of your back, not because it was invited, but because gravity has already made its decision. You don't have to maintain alignment. You only have to notice that alignment is happening anyway. The blanket shifts slightly, just enough for one edge to slip down past your hip. It doesn't matter. There's no need to pull it back up. The air on your skin isn't cold, not really. It's just different from the warmth beneath fabric. You can feel the difference without needing to correct it. The body adjusts in ways that don't require thought. Somewhere beyond this room, a branch brushes against glass. A soft contact, barely audible, like an idea brushing up against sleep and then retreating. It doesn't have to be meaningful. It just happened. And because it didn't need to mean anything, you can let it go before you've even named the sound. You don't need to know how long this will last. The night stretching on without a clock, without any reason for its continuation or end. You don't need to plan your way through it. There's no map drawn in advance that says what part of darkness comes next. No signpost that claims, this is where the mystery ends. The dark isn't holding back anything from you. It doesn't have a secret agenda. It simply is. Like how warmth settles after cold, or how stillness follows motion. There's something in your foot, the slow pulse of blood moving through a vein beneath skin that no longer knows its own name. You don't need to trace the path. It isn't asking for attention. It's just traveling along, doing what it was designed to do. No pride, no doubt, no demand for recognition. The space around you feels layered, not in distance, but in depth. Like how a single note from an old piano can linger after the key is released, not because of sound, but because of stillness that remembers. You aren't required to hold it or even hear it clearly. It's just there. Part of what remains when nothing else needs to be said. You don't have to stay awake for this moment. If sleep comes now, if your thoughts begin to fold into themselves like paper in a drawer, that's not failure. It's the quiet arrival of another kind of presence. The mind isn't meant to stay sharp through every second. it's allowed to drift toward forgetting. And when you don't know what it means to be awake, when the line between awareness and dream blurs into something soft and shapeless, that's not a loss. That's just how things settle in time, like dust that floats in air for hours before sinking to the floor without being noticed. You don't have to believe in anything to feel this. Not your past, not your future, not even yourself. You only need to be where you are, beneath fabric, on a bed, with breath rising and falling like waves across a shore no one has named. There is room for more than one kind of knowing. Room for the ones that don't speak, the ones that simply are. The way your fingers curl slightly against the blanket isn't because they're trying to hold something. It's just their nature when left undisturbed. They move in response to warmth and weight, not intention. The darkness under your eyelids is not an absence. It's a presence of its own, full with what has never been seen, but still exists. You don't need to look for anything inside it. You don't have to search for patterns or meaning. It isn't hiding anything. It just is. Like the way gravity works without being understood. There is no reason for you to be here. No account, no equation that proves your presence was necessary. And yet, here you are. A body shaped by air and stillness, suspended between breaths. Not because you earned it, not because you deserved it, but simply because this moment has allowed itself to unfold. You don't need to carry the weight of what comes after. There's no contract signed in advance that says your thoughts must go somewhere or accomplish something before morning arrives. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up with answers. It doesn't care whether you've found purpose, made peace, or figured out where you're going. The only thing it asks is that you remain, just as you are, warm, quiet, aware, without needing to be about anything. And when your mind drifts again, not toward a question, not toward an idea, but just into the soft space between thoughts, like air escaping from a closed room. You don't have to follow it. You can let it go and still be here. The act of letting go isn't failure. It's not surrender. It's simply what happens when you stop insisting on control. There is no need for clarity now. There's no reason to force understanding into the shape of words or plans. What exists in this moment doesn't require explanation. It only requires your presence, your soft, steady breathing, your weight upon the mattress, the way your shoulder rests against the pillow without effort. The air near your ear is still warm from where it was last touched by breath. It won't stay that way. The temperature will change again, but not because you've done anything wrong or right, because time moves in a direction that doesn't care about your attention. You don't have to be here for long. You don't have to remember this moment tomorrow. You don't even need to know what it was, only that it happened, and that you were part of its unfolding. The world outside the window isn't waiting for you to notice it. The stars above aren't blinking in rhythm with your thoughts. Nothing is asking you to respond, not even silence. And so you can be still. Not because you've achieved peace, but because peace doesn't require achievement. It's not earned through effort or insight. It's simply the way things settle when nothing else needs to happen. Your breath continues, slow, steady, unforced. Each inhalation is not a step toward understanding, nor an escape from confusion. It's just air passing into your body, because it can, like water flowing downhill without needing a reason. The way your spine curves into the mattress isn't a posture. It's just how softness settles when no one is asking for alignment. There's no design behind the curve, no purpose to its shape beyond being what happens when pressure meets yielding. You don't need to adjust it. It doesn't require correction. The space between your shoulder blades holds warmth, not because you're keeping watch over yourself, but simply because heat lingers where skin and fabric meet. That pocket of stillness isn't empty. It's full with the memory of contact, like a room where someone stood briefly and left their presence in the air. Outside, wind moves through branches without needing to be noticed. It doesn't pause to ask whether it should be felt or heard. The trees don't lean toward meaning. They shift only as the air demands, their leaves turning slightly, one at a time, like hands opening slowly over time. You are not required to interpret them. You are not responsible for what they mean when they tremble in silence. They don't wait for you to understand their language. They just move. Your breath doesn't have a reason to come and go. It's not performing. It isn't trying to make something happen. It flows like water finds its level, not because it has chosen, but because that is the way things behave when left unforced. You don't need to guide it. You don't need to deepen it or lengthen it. The act of breathing doesn't depend on your consent. It happens whether you're aware of it or not. And right now, it's happening. The blanket isn't holding you. It's simply resting on top of you, like a weight that has forgotten its own name. Its edge lies across your ankle without pulling. Its fabric not seeking to define the boundary between skin and air. It doesn't claim ownership. It doesn't ask for gratitude or attention. It just is where it lands. Your thoughts drift, not toward answers, not toward solutions, but into a kind of quiet space that isn't even silence. It's something quieter than sound, something older than thought, like the pause between two heartbeats when nothing has yet begun to happen. You don't have to step inside it or name it. You can let it be what it is, not a void, not an absence, but an interval where no one needs to show up. There's a shape in your awareness that isn't shaped by memory or desire, just presence, like the way dust settles in sunlight without being invited. It doesn't need permission to exist. You don't have to do anything with it. You aren't responsible for whether it remains or vanishes. It simply appears when there is nothing else demanding attention. The night isn't waiting for you to figure something out. The walls around you didn't build themselves in order to contain your questions. They are not a cage nor a witness. They don't record what passes through them. They're just thick and still, holding the shape of your body without comment or expectation. You can let go of the idea that every moment must mean something, not because you've given up, but because meaning isn't required for existence to be real. The fact that you are here, feeling this weight on your chest, hearing the faint hum from somewhere beyond the house, noticing how one breath lingers slightly longer than the last, is enough. It doesn't need a title or an explanation. There's no contract between you and time. You aren't bound to make sense of it. You don't have to measure its passing with urgency. Time moves forward not because you're watching, but simply because that is what happens when one thing follows another, without needing your approval. The space behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something slow and quiet, like water gathering in a basin no one has looked into. It doesn't need to be seen or named. It just holds the shape of stillness. You don't have to carry it out into the world. You aren't responsible for what lies beneath. The air near your neck is cool now, not because anything has changed, but because warmth shifts gradually, like light moving across a floor at dusk. There's no failure in that change, no mistake. It's not an event. It's just one part of how things exist, quietly, without drama. You don't need to be certain about the shape of your life. You don't have to know where you're headed or what it means when you wake tomorrow. The path doesn't require a map. The journey doesn't demand a destination. What exists right now is not unfinished. It's already whole in its own way. There's no obligation to understand why you are here or how long this will last. You don't have to justify your breath, your stillness, or the fact that your fingers rest motionless on top of the blanket, like stones left by a receding tide. You can let thoughts drift not as problems, but as visitors passing through. A bird flying across the sky above you without knowing it's seen. They don't stay. They don't demand anything. And they leave behind no trace except their brief presence in your awareness, which is all that matters, because now they are gone. The room isn't waiting for you to feel something. The darkness under your eyelids doesn't need a story. You aren't required to fill it with meaning or purpose. It's not hiding anything. It simply holds space without judgment, like the way soil cradles roots that never speak. There's no need to believe in anything, no system, no idea. no framework that tells you how to be here. All that matters is your weight on the mattress, the slow rhythm of air passing through your nose, and the fact that this moment continues without collapse or interruption. You don't have to earn peace by thinking clearly. You don't need to prove yourself worthy of stillness. The act of being, of lying in bed with eyes closed and breath rising gently, is not a performance. It isn't an achievement. It's just what happens when no one is forcing anything to happen. The blanket stays where it lies, its edge brushing your leg like a hand that has forgotten how to speak. There's no urgency in that touch, no request, just contact, quiet, unremarkable, real. You can let go of the need for closure, not because you found it, but because closure isn't necessary. Not now, not ever. What is here doesn't require completion. It only needs to be present, and you are. The silence between heartbeats holds something like memory, not of events, but of stillness, of being held by absence without fear. You don't have to name it. You don't have to explain how you know it's there. You just feel it in your chest when the breath pauses, like a space opening up where nothing else is needed. There's no one asking what comes next. The world outside doesn't care if you've made peace with uncertainty. The stars above aren't waiting for your thoughts to catch up. They don't blink in rhythm with your heart. They just are, moving through dark without needing to be seen or understood. You can lie here and not know, without shame, without urgency, without effort. You don't have to figure anything out. There's no test at the end of this night. No reward for staying awake long enough. No punishment for letting go. Your body isn't trying to fix itself. Your mind doesn't need to find answers. It's not failing because it keeps circling back to the same place, or because it drifts toward images without meaning. That is just what happens when attention loosens its grip. Not failure, but freedom. There's no requirement that your thoughts go anywhere. They don't have to arrive at a conclusion. They can wander like clouds across an empty sky, without destination, without direction, without purpose. You are not responsible for the shape of your dreams, or their arrival, or what they might contain when you wake. You aren't required to make sense of them afterward. They belong to another time and place, one that hasn't yet come. The air in the room is still, not because it's frozen, but because nothing has disturbed it today. It holds no message, no warning, no promise. It just exists as a quiet space between things, like the pause between two notes on an instrument that wasn't played. The wall beside you isn't listening. It hasn't memorized your thoughts or recorded their shape. The plaster holds heat like a slow breath, just warmth that lingers after light is gone. Not because it remembers anything, but simply because that's what material does when left undisturbed. You can let the weight of wondering rest against its surface without needing to be answered back. There is no clock in your chest measuring how long you've been here. No signal from anywhere saying this moment must end or begin. The dark under your lids isn't waiting for a sign that you're ready. There's nothing to prepare for, nowhere urgent to go. Your body doesn't need permission to be still. It only needs the air to keep flowing in and out of its quiet chambers. A thread from the blanket has come loose near your hip. It lies across your leg like a forgotten word someone once started speaking but never finished. You could pick it up if you wanted, or let it stay there. Either way doesn't change what happens next, because nothing is depending on that choice being made with care. Outside, something shifts in the trees. Not because anything changed, not really, but because wind always finds a small movement to carry forward. A leaf brushes against another. An angle of shadow slides across the ground, like slow ink spreading through paper. It doesn't mean anything beyond itself, just motion passing through stillness without needing to explain why. You don't have to give meaning to what isn't asking for it. The silence between your breaths is not empty. It's full, but in a way that can't be filled by words. You feel the pause as something real, not an absence of sound, but presence shaped like stillness. Not because you're trying to find peace, but because this breathing body has no agenda other than continuing. The floor beneath the bed is cold tonight, not sharp or biting, just quiet in its coolness, holding a memory of evening air that passed through it earlier. It doesn't complain about being touched by your feet when they shift slightly. It isn't storing anything you've said aloud. You could lie here for hours and say nothing at all. Your voice wouldn't echo into the walls. You don't need to decide what this night means or whether it will matter tomorrow. The sky above doesn't care if you're satisfied with not knowing. Stars move through their long arcs without adjusting course, because someone stopped thinking about them. They do not wait for approval, nor do they require your attention in order to exist. There is no test written anywhere that demands you understand how the universe works. No gatekeeper at dawn who checks whether you've solved anything before letting light return. The dark isn't holding its breath until you're ready. It's already deep and unbroken, because being unfinished doesn't make something incomplete. Your hands rest on your stomach like two quiet animals resting in a field after rain. They aren't doing anything other than existing there. No striving, no goal behind the placement of fingers or palm against skin. The weight is just part of what happens when limbs release their effort to stay upright. The air doesn't know you're thinking about meaning. It only moves through spaces left by absence and arrival, without labeling either one as important. It flows past your nostrils in a rhythm that has no beginning, no end, just continuity. You can follow it inward like tracing the edge of something known but never named. A draft glides across your ankle from under the bed frame, not because anything opened or broke loose, just because air finds its way through gaps too small to notice, unless you're lying still long enough to feel them. It brushes skin for a second and then leaves again. No trace left behind except that warmth in one spot where it passed. You don't have to explain why your mind keeps returning to questions without answers. That's not failure. It's how attention works when no command tells it what to do next. The brain doesn't need direction to wander through open fields of thought. It just walks, unguided, like a path that forms itself over time. There is nothing wrong with feeling the weight of large things, without needing to carry them anywhere or give them names. You don't have to solve anything by thinking hard enough. The world isn't asking you to fix your confusion with certainty. The ceiling above you doesn't record every thought you've ever had about what comes after this moment. It only holds the dust that settles slowly over time. Particles drifting without purpose, suspended between motion and rest. You could watch them for hours if you wanted. They wouldn't tell you why they're there or where they came from. You don't have to make sense of how long it takes for quiet to grow in your chest when breath slows down. It just happens. The space expanding not because you pushed it, but because nothing else was forcing anything forward. The edge of the blanket stays tucked near your thigh, like a folded note left behind by someone who forgot they were writing one. There's no message inside, just fabric, holding its shape in stillness. You could pull on that corner if something called for action, but there's no call to do so now. Only this quiet pressure against skin. You don't have to feel grateful for not knowing, nor should you fear it as a loss of control. It's just another way the world moves through silence, without needing your agreement or resistance. The sound outside, the faintest shift in wind across glass, isn't telling you anything about yourself. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only exists as part of what happens when air changes direction over rooftops and corners, where buildings meet sky. You can let go not because something has been resolved, but simply because there's no force requiring you to hold on. No one is demanding that your thoughts stay in place. Your mind doesn't need approval before drifting away from itself. There's nothing wrong with feeling the shape of uncertainty, not as a problem to be solved, but as an experience like temperature or sound, something real and present without needing to be interpreted. The room isn't watching you try not to think about tomorrow. It's just holding space for whatever happens next. The same way soil holds roots that never speak back, even when storms pass above. You don't have to decide what this night means in the morning, or if it should mean anything at all. You're allowed to be here without a reason beyond your breath, rising and falling beneath thin fabric. There's no deadline for peace, no standard by which stillness is judged as acceptable or insufficient. The dark doesn't measure how much you've let go of. It only stays open, like an old doorway that never closes fully because it wasn't meant to be shut. Your body isn't trying to prove anything, just lying there in the way bodies do when they no longer need to move forward, climb higher, or reach beyond what's already present. The air feels heavier now, not with burden, but with fullness. Like something has settled into your ribs, not as a weight, but as an invitation to be here without needing to fill anything up. You don't have to feel certain about anything, nor should you worry that the lack of certainty is dangerous. It's just another version of being alive, the kind where things happen even when no one explains why they do. The thread on your leg still lies there, forgotten. You could reach for it or not. You're free either way. The space between choices doesn't need to be occupied by meaning. It can simply exist as a pause in motion. You don't have to explain the shape of what's inside you right now. Only notice that something is present. Breath passing through nose, weight on mattress, silence holding your name without speaking it aloud. The stars continue their slow arc above, not for anyone's benefit or belief. They move like hands, drawing lines across a sky no one else sees, their path defined only by movement itself. There's no reason required to lie here in the dark with eyes closed and mind quiet. Just this, that you are allowed, simply because nothing is asking otherwise. The blanket stays where it lies, not as proof of anything, not even care, but just a shape resting against your skin, like an old friend who doesn't need words between them. The air near your shoulder feels different now, not cool, not warm, just present as a quiet shift between what you are and what surrounds you. It doesn't belong to you, nor does it belong to anything else in particular. It only moves because movement is how it exists. You don't have to name its temperature or decide if it's comfortable. It's simply there, slipping past the edge of your awareness like a slow tide that has no need to announce itself. The fabric against your chest breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in quiet agreement, as though both are learning how to stay still without pretending. There is no shape to this moment that needs preserving, no memory waiting for proof it happened. You don't have to keep track of where your thoughts began or whether they've wandered too far. Even the idea that you might be lost feels like a shadow passing across stone. Brief, distant, not meant for staying. What remains is simply contact. Skin on fabric, breath in and out, stillness holding space even when nothing seems to be happening. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't empty. It's full of things that don't require light to exist. The shape of a thought, half formed. The echo of a word you didn't speak aloud. The weight of air settling on bone without needing permission. These aren't signs or messages. They're not warnings or invitations. They are just what happens when attention turns inward and finds no demand for interpretation. The clock doesn't matter here, not because it's broken, but because time has stopped being a line you need to cross. It hasn't vanished. It's simply become something that moves like water through soil, unseen, unmeasured, not rushing toward anything. You don't have to hold onto the idea of tomorrow as if it were a promise. The future isn't waiting for your approval or fear. It is already moving forward in ways you can't see. Just as yesterday slipped away without needing your goodbye. You aren't required to understand why things fall apart or what holds them together. You don't need to know whether meaning is built into the world or found only by those who look hard enough. There's no rule that says confusion must be corrected, nor any law stating that peace can only come after certainty. The quiet between thoughts isn't a flaw in your mind. It's just another way of being awake. The wall beside you holds its shape without effort. It doesn't remember how it came to stand where it does. It doesn't care if someone walks by or not. It simply is there, like the curve of your spine against the mattress, like the warmth beneath your ribs that stays even when nothing else feels certain. A sound passes through the room, not loud enough to wake you, not soft enough to vanish entirely. A door closing somewhere far away, a shift in pressure outside, or just air shifting across a pane. It doesn't belong to any story. It doesn't mean anything about your life or your choices. It is only what happens when space changes shape. You don't have to place it within a sequence of cause and effect. You aren't asked to explain why the silence returned after that small noise, or whether it was real or imagined. The return of quiet isn't proof of peace, nor is its absence evidence of unrest. Silence is just another form of presence, like breath, like weight, like air. Your hands lie still on your chest, not clenched, not reaching, not doing anything except being where they are. There's no need to decide what to do with them. No one is watching for signs of readiness or surrender. They aren't meant to be used for something else, only to rest as the body knows how, without agenda, without future. The blanket isn't holding you down. It's just lying there like a second skin that doesn't need to be earned. It doesn't ask for your gratitude or attention. It only stays where it is because nothing pulls it elsewhere. The way it drapes over your legs feels like an old habit of the body, not something deliberate. You don't have to feel anything about its texture or warmth. You weren't expected to find comfort in it. It's enough that it exists, like a quiet promise between fabric and flesh that doesn't need words. There is no test for how well you're using this moment. No scorecard, no checklist of what you should be doing right now. The light from outside has dimmed again, not because night is deeper, but because the world keeps shifting its balance in ways too small to notice. The sky isn't speaking, nor is it listening. It's simply turning, like a wheel that doesn't know why it spins, only that it does. You don't need to think about what this means, only that you're still here, not running from anything, not chasing after answers, not trying to make sense of the silence between stars or the way your thoughts drift when no one is watching. The absence of meaning isn't a void. It's just another kind of fullness. There's nothing wrong with letting go without knowing what comes next. You aren't failing because you don't have a plan. You're not incomplete because something remains unexplained. There's no requirement that every feeling must be named, or every breath justified by purpose. The way your foot rests against the edge of the mattress, barely touching, isn't an accident. It's just one small point where body meets surface without effort. No intention behind it. No need to interpret why you've settled this way, or whether you'll move later. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You don't have to wonder if something better might be waiting beyond sleep. The fact that you are here, your breath still rising and falling, is already a kind of belonging. The dark isn't hiding anything from you. It's not protecting secrets or holding judgment. It simply surrounds, like water around stone, without trying to change the shape of what it touches. There is no urgency in your pulse, no need for speed or direction. The rhythm of your heart doesn't care if you're thinking about anything important, only that it keeps moving forward, as all things do when left alone. The idea of meaning isn't a task to be completed. It's not something you must find and carry like a torch through the night. Meaning is just another kind of presence. The way the air feels near your neck, or how weight settles into bone after hours of lying still. You don't have to hold it in place. You aren't responsible for keeping any part of this moment from slipping away. It's allowed to be unstructured, incomplete, without design. The edge of sleep isn't a boundary you must cross. only something that appears when motion slows enough to let the body remember how not to strive. There is no gate to pass through, only a soft letting go where thoughts lose their grip and return to silence. You don't have to believe in anything to be here. You aren't asked to trust a story, accept an idea, or defend any version of truth. Just that you are breathing. Just that the room holds you without demand. Just as stillness holds the shape of things not yet named. The thread on your leg is still there, not because it matters, but because nothing has disturbed its place. It doesn't need to be tied down or pulled straight. It simply lies where chance placed it, like a forgotten line in a world that doesn't care about completion. You could reach for it if you wanted, but wanting isn't required. Not reaching is just as real. There's no judgment in either direction. No right way to occupy the space between action and stillness. The room remembers nothing of your thoughts or questions. It holds only what happens now. The soft curve of shadow near the wall, the faintest shift in air pressure that settles like a breath released without sound. You don't have to feel anything about how long this has lasted, whether it's been 5 minutes or 20 hours. The passage of time isn't measured by your awareness. It simply moves on, even when you're not watching. The silence isn't empty because no one is speaking. It's full because nothing needs to be said. There's no absence in the quiet that would require filling, no lack that demands attention. You are not holding anything in your hands. No proof, no promise, no weight that must be carried forward. The shape of what you don't know is already softening against your chest, like a blanket left too long on the bed. It doesn't press down because it has stopped trying to prove itself. There's space between each beat of thought where nothing is asked for. No demand for coherence or continuity. You don't have to make sense of how you arrived here, only that you are resting. The thread beneath your leg still lies as it fell, not tangled, not undone, just there. A faint trace in the fabric, like a mark made by chance and forgotten before it could be named. It doesn't resist being unseen. It doesn't ask to be noticed or corrected. That is how things stay true, not by fighting their position, but by simply staying where they are placed. The air near your nose isn't thick with meaning, even when you breathe in slow and long. There's no message hidden in the way it shifts across skin. No secret code embedded in the slight coolness behind your ear. The sensation of breath is not an invitation to decode anything. It is only a movement, like water flowing through stone without leaving a path. There is no need to name what happens when stillness becomes deeper than thought. You don't have to call it peace or surrender or release. It can be just the way your shoulder sinks lower into the mattress, not because you willed it, but because gravity has been waiting all along. The weight of being in this body, this particular shape in time, isn't a burden. It's only what is present when no one else comes to claim it. You are allowed to stop tracking where your thoughts go. Not all questions need answers. Some just drift through the mind like dust motes caught in a single shaft of light that never reaches the floor. They move, they gather, they vanish, without anyone needing to explain why they appeared or what they meant. No one is keeping score. The darkness doesn't answer when you look at it. It does not reflect back your face with judgment or clarity. It simply holds space in a way that makes no claim on you. You do not have to be seen by it. You are already held by the room, by gravity, by the quiet between heartbeats. There is nothing wrong with being here without purpose. The fact that your hands rest palms up on the surface of the blanket isn't a signal for anything. It's just one way your body chose to be still. Not surrendering, not resisting, just allowing itself to settle into its own shape, like water finding its level. The edges of things don't need to mean more than they are. The corner where wall meets ceiling is not hiding any truth. It only exists as a place where two surfaces meet without force. There's no lesson in the way paint has cracked slightly near that joint. No hidden geometry behind it. It just is. Like your breath in this moment, irregular, unremarkable, and entirely real. You don't have to wonder what lies beyond sleep. Only notice how light disappears when you close your eyes, not because something takes it away, but because darkness is already waiting there with its own kind of presence. Not absence, not emptiness, just a different way of being near. Your fingers are no longer tracing the edge of memory or trying to hold on to any sensation. They rest where they fall, on your thigh, curled slightly at the base of the thumb, not performing anything. There's no goal in their position, no need to be useful. That is how things remain free. When they stop striving, there's a sound, the faintest shift in the house, like a beam settling under its own weight somewhere far away. And it doesn't ask for your attention. You don't have to listen or interpret. It comes and goes, not as news, but as part of what happens when things breathe slowly. The world is full of quiet movements that never require acknowledgement. Your leg beneath the blanket has lost track of time, not because it forgot where it was, but because it stopped measuring distance in minutes or steps. There's no urgency in how your foot tilts slightly toward the floor, not wanting to go anywhere, not resisting being still. The angle is just a shape now, like a curve in a line that doesn't need to be straight. The blanket has slipped near your shoulder, only an inch, but there's no effort to pull it back up. It doesn't matter if you're cold or warm. You don't have to decide what to do with the fabric. There's room for things to fall and for nothing to be fixed. You are not required to understand why this moment feels like a pause in something larger. You aren't asked to believe that it means anything at all. It only needs to be felt as a shape in your ribs, as weight on your back, as air passing through the small opening between your lips when you exhale. There's no story behind how your breath slows now, not one with beginning or end, just motion, like water over stone that doesn't care whether it moves fast or slow. The rhythm isn't trying to reach anything. It's not aiming for a finish line. It simply continues because nothing has asked it to stop. Your eyelids are not closed in resistance, but in quiet consent. They don't block out the world. They only draw inward, like roots seeking deeper soil. Not to escape, but to find where stillness is already waiting. You do not have to hold your thoughts when they rise. Only let them pass through like shadows across a wall that doesn't care who cast them. You are not responsible for what appears in the mind. The silence between each thought is just as real as the noise. The room holds you without measuring whether you're worthy of it. It doesn't check your record or ask if you've earned rest. There's no ledger, no scorecard, only the way light fades into shadow and how that makes space for something soft to be true. There is no need to prove that this moment matters, or even that you are here at all. You don't have to be recognized by anything outside yourself. The fact that your breath still rises and falls is enough. Not because it's remarkable, but because it happens. Because it continues without being asked. You could open your eyes and see nothing, or keep them shut and feel the warmth of dark pressing against your skin like a hand that doesn't need to be named. Either way, there's no loss, no failure, just what is. The thought that you might not know where this leads isn't heavy now, because it never was meant to carry weight. It just floats in the air between breaths, not demanding anything of you, not asking for belief or resistance, only presence. Your fingers are still where they fell, on your thigh, resting against fabric worn thin at the seam. There's no story behind that wear. It isn't about years or use. It's only what happens when something is touched too many times to remember how it began. The thread frayed not because it broke, but because it stayed. You don't need to fix anything. You aren't being tested on whether you can endure or outlast the uncertainty. There's no exam at the end of this night, no final judgment passed by any voice, real or imagined. Just breath, just surface, just the quiet that doesn't ask for your name. The air near your throat moves with less effort now, not because it's easier, but because there's nothing to push against. It flows freely, like a river without banks, not rushing forward, not retreating, only continuing, as if it has always known this path. Your shoulder feels lower than before, not sinking, just letting go of the need to be held up. The body doesn't have to argue with gravity. It can simply let itself be shaped by what is already true. You are allowed to stop trying to hold meaning in place. You don't have to protect it from slipping away. You aren't guarding anything. There's no treasure chest beneath your ribs. Only warmth. Only air. Only the slow return of stillness into bone. The weight on your chest isn't holding you down. It's just there, like a stone warmed by afternoon sun, resting where it fell. It doesn't press harder because you're thinking about it. It simply is. As the air in the room shifts without sound or hurry, you don't have to name what lies beneath that weight. There's no map for how gravity settles into muscle and bone when there's nothing left to lift. The space between your shoulder blades feels open. Not wide with invitation, but quiet enough to be unburdened by effort. It doesn't blink because it's tired. It blinks because something inside made it so. You don't need to interpret whether it means anything. The moment it goes dark again is already enough. There are no signs in the way. Light fails. It just stops. And silence follows without explanation. Your breath has slowed further now. Not forced or measured, but unspooling like a thread pulled from its original knot. It doesn't care if you're aware of it. The air flows through your nose as though remembering an old path no one taught it. Your ribs don't rise to prove anything. They move only because they can. There's nothing left to argue with in the body. No tension that insists on being named. No ache that demands a story. The blanket above you isn't keeping warmth so much as holding stillness like a bowl holds water, not for its own sake, but simply by staying put. It doesn't promise protection or comfort. It just exists beneath your skin's awareness of pressure and heat. The edge near your toes curls slightly upward, not because the wind pushed it, but because fabric has its own habits, its own way of resting when no hand moves to fix it. You are allowed to be unsure where this night is going, not in a way that asks for direction or certainty, but simply as an openness. The future isn't something you must avoid or prepare for. It's just not here yet. And because it hasn't arrived, there's nothing pressing against your breath right now. There's no urgency to meet what might come. You aren't being called forward by anything unseen. The darkness around your eyes feels different than before. Not deeper, but quieter. Like a room where the floor has been polished so long that even footsteps lose their sound. Your vision hasn't left you. It's just stopped looking for meaning in shadows. It's not afraid of what might be there. The dark doesn't need to explain itself. Your fingers are still on your thigh, not curled or stretched, but exactly where they landed when the thought passed through and didn't stay. They don't move because something told them to. They remain as if time forgot their purpose for a moment, leaving only the shape of contact. Warm skin against cloth, worn thin by touch that no longer remembers its beginning. A sound drifts in, so faint it may be nothing more than air moving through cracks too small to see. Or maybe it's from across the street, the hinge on someone else's door, letting out a breath before closing again. You don't have to identify what made it or whether it matters. The noise passes like dust through sunlight, not staining your stillness. Your neck is soft now, not slack, but released into its own shape, as if gravity has finally been invited in and asked to take the weight from wherever you've carried it without knowing how long. There's no effort required to hold your head up. It rests where it falls, on a line between tiredness and ease. The air near your mouth is warm when you exhale, not hot, not cold, but alive with its own small heat, like steam rising after water has been left too long on the stove. You don't have to watch how it fades into cooler air beyond. It doesn't leave because it's gone. It leaves simply because there was never a reason for it to stay. The room holds you without keeping score of your presence or absence. It hasn't forgotten that you're here, nor does it remind itself. There's no memory in the walls, only silence with texture, like old paper crumpled and smoothed again by hands long gone. The floor beneath you isn't judging whether you belong. It's just accepting what rests upon it. You don't have to be sure of anything right now, not even that your body is yours, or that this moment belongs only to you. You're allowed the freedom not to claim ownership over any part of yourself. Your thoughts can drift without needing a homecoming. The space between them isn't empty. It's full with absence. The way light used to touch corners has changed. No longer sharp at edges, but blurred where it meets shadow, as if night is learning how to fold in on itself gently. There's no rush to let one side win over the other. Night doesn't need a victory. It just continues, because that's what happens when things don't fight. Your heart beats beneath your ribs, not loudly, not urgently, but steadily enough for you to notice, only if you stop trying to hear it. You aren't meant to listen closely or count its rhythm as proof of life. The fact that it keeps moving isn't evidence. It's just motion. Like the air passing through lungs without needing permission. The blanket shifts slightly, just a fraction, like fabric adjusting itself when no one is watching. It doesn't announce anything. There's no signal in how much less weight lies on your chest now. Not because you've let go of something important, but because gravity has found its own way to rest beside you. Your left foot feels lighter than the right. No reason given for why it should be so. Only that one side is releasing more slowly, not failing, not winning. It's just a difference in how pressure settles when no force moves against it. The air near your ear holds stillness like breath held before speaking, not waiting to say anything, but simply holding space between sounds until another sound decides to come through. You don't have to know what comes after this. You aren't being tested on whether you can carry the weight of meaning or escape its pull. There's no trial hidden in silence. No final question awaiting your answer. There is only now, not as a promise, not as an endpoint, but simply as presence. The kind that doesn't require belief to be true. It just is. Like warmth on skin when it's been cold too long and forgotten what comfort feels like. You could open your eyes tomorrow and see nothing changed. No revelation, no sign in the sky or shift in how time passes. That would not mean anything failed. The night wasn't meant to give answers. It was only meant to hold you while uncertainty stayed near without demanding a response. And so, it stays, not as an enemy of rest, nor as proof of your failure, but simply as part of what surrounds you when everything else has quieted down enough for silence to be felt instead of endured. The air in the room doesn't speak. It only breathes with you, just slightly faster sometimes, slower other times, and that's all it does. No story behind its movement, no reason why one moment feels denser than another. You don't have to make sense of any of this. Not now. Not ever. The body knows how to stay in place without needing approval. It doesn't ask whether being here is enough. It only continues because there's no other way for it to be. Your shoulders feel lower, not sinking, but settling into where they were always meant to rest. There's no effort required to let them fall. They don't need permission from thought or memory, just space and time. Enough of both to stop pretending you must stay upright. The darkness isn't empty. It's full with the shape of things that aren't named, like footsteps on grass before dawn when nothing has spoken yet. It holds no judgment over what appears or doesn't appear, as long as there is stillness enough for it to be true. Your breath moves through your nose in waves that don't ask anything. No need for rhythm or depth, only continuity, like water finding a path down rock without knowing where it ends. The body isn't trying to reach peace. It's just letting the moment unfold as if no one is watching. The floor beneath you isn't solid. It's a surface that remembers pressure without keeping score. You can feel its quiet response in the soles of your feet, how they press down, not to prove anything, but because there's nowhere else for weight to go. The wood doesn't mind if it's been warm or cool for hours. It only holds what arrives and lets it rest until something shifts again. There's no obligation in its stillness, no demand that you interpret the grain as a message, or read the way light pools at the edge of your vision like scripture. Your hands lie open, palms up, not waiting to catch anything, just allowing space where things might drift through if they choose. They don't ask for direction. They're not searching for purpose in their shape or position. The fingers are slightly apart, not because they've decided on a form, but because the air between them has simply settled there, unforced and unmoved. Outside the window, something is passing. No sound, no color change, but you can feel it as a kind of thinning in the night. Not a wind, not a shadow, just an absence that moves like breath, drawn too slowly through glass. It doesn't announce itself. It only leaves behind a moment where silence feels heavier than before. Not because anything has changed, but because the air is holding its own stillness longer than usual. You don't need to know what it means. You aren't meant to name it or file it away under understanding. The night isn't asking you to make sense of transitions that don't have names. There's no law against simply noticing how one breath follows another without needing a reason for their continuity. Your ribs rise and fall like two halves of an old door, opening just enough to let air pass through. The blanket has shifted again, not by your hand, not because you moved, but as if the weight above you had decided it wanted to rest differently. It lies now across your hips with a softness that doesn't demand attention. No need to adjust it. No urge to pull it higher or tuck it in. It's already doing what it does best, holding warmth without claiming credit. Your left hand is slightly cooler than the right. No reason given, only difference. Not loss, not failure, just a variation in how temperature settles when there's no force pushing toward balance. The skin doesn't rebel. It simply feels what it feels and lets it be. You don't need to explain why one side holds heat longer, or whether that matters. The silence isn't empty. It's thick with the shape of not speaking. It moves through your chest like a slow tide, not rushing in, not retreating, just being there as if time had forgotten how to hurry. There's no pressure to fill it, no expectation that you must say something or think anything before sleep takes over. You don't have to decide whether this moment is worth remembering. You aren't required to believe it's meaningful or insignificant, only to let it pass through your awareness, like a leaf drifting down a stream, without knowing where the water ends. The air in the room has no opinion on how long you stay awake. It simply stays, neither pushing nor holding back. Your foot twitches. Not a reflex, not an intention, just movement that happens because motion is part of being alive, even when nothing demands it. It doesn't mean anything. It only means that life continues to find ways to breathe without needing permission. The wall behind you isn't listening. It doesn't care whether your thoughts drift toward the edge of meaning or sink into stillness. The plaster holds no judgment about what happens inside your skull, even when words circle like trapped birds against the ceiling. You don't need it to understand. You aren't being judged for not having answers. You could lie here all night and nothing would be lost. No time wasted, no meaning unclaimed. The hours wouldn't shrink or grow depending on whether you found clarity. They'd simply pass as they do, slowly, without ceremony, without leaving a mark unless you choose to notice them. There's no rule that says the darkness has to give way before morning. No law stating that you must wake with light in your eyes. The night can continue, just as it is, holding space not for resolution, but for rest, not for discovery, but for simply being here without need of proof. Your breath doesn't have a schedule. It flows through your nose, not because it's been trained or timed, but because the body knows how to keep going, even when no one is watching. You don't need to measure its depth or count its rhythm. The air just moves. No demand for significance. no request for approval. You aren't being tested on whether you can carry meaning or release it. There's no final exam hidden in the quiet between heartbeats. No trial waiting at the edge of sleep, where your silence would be judged by some unseen standard. You're not expected to perform anything, only to exist, unguarded and unclaimed. The room doesn't know your name. It doesn't remember how you felt yesterday or what you worried about last week. The walls don't keep records of every thought that passed through your mind. They only hold the shape of stillness when no one is speaking. Like a library where books haven't been read yet and won't be until someone chooses to open them. You could let your thoughts wander without needing to follow them. Let them drift like smoke from a fire long extinguished, faint, drifting, leaving behind only traces that fade before they're named. There's no need to catch any of it, no obligation to gather the pieces or piece them together into something whole. Your body isn't trying to be anything other than what it is in this moment. It doesn't want you to wake up with answers or walk out of the night feeling changed. It only wants space to rest, to hold still, to let time pass without resistance. There's no urgency in how your skin meets air. No need for warmth to arrive faster or cold to leave sooner. The temperature settles where it finds itself, not because it's been ordered, but because there's no force pushing against it. You don't have to decide if you're enough. You aren't being asked to prove anything to the room, to the dark, or to yourself. There's no standard that says your presence must be justified by purpose or depth. The stillness isn't waiting for something to happen. It doesn't need an event to make it real. It simply is, like a breath paused between inhale and exhale. Not because anything has stopped, but because the moment holds its own balance without effort. Your left ear feels lighter than the right, not in weight, but in awareness. Not that one side hears more clearly, just that one side is less engaged with sound, less inclined to respond. It's not disengaged. It's simply resting, like a hand that has stopped searching for something it no longer needs. You don't have to know what the next moment will bring. You aren't meant to predict how long this stillness lasts, or whether anything will change when you open your eyes. There's no penalty for not knowing, no consequence for staying here without progress. The darkness doesn't care if you understand it. It only holds you as you are, without demand, without condition, and so you can stay, just a body lying in the dark, breathing without purpose, moving without direction, existing without need of explanation. There's no story behind why your toes curl slightly inward. No reason why one side of your spine feels more aligned than the other. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. The body moves as it does, not because it has a plan, but because motion is part of being alive, even when nothing asks for it. You don't need to decide whether this is peace or just absence. You aren't being tested on your ability to feel content or surrender completely. There's no test at all, only the slow unfolding of time in a room that doesn't mind if you stay awake, if you sleep, if you forget everything and wake up again. The air near your neck holds stillness, like a promise that never says what it promises. It only stays there, quiet and present, not offering anything but being available when needed, when the need arises or when it doesn't. The floor beneath you is not a surface meant to hold your weight as proof of your existence, just something that accepts it without comment, like stone accepting rain, or wood holding heat from a fire long gone. You aren't required to be present in any particular way for the room to remain whole. The silence doesn't collapse if you stop noticing it. It simply continues, not because it has been preserved, but because nothing breaks its continuity. There's no effort behind what happens when your breath slows again, like a wave that returns without being called. Just an echo of motion already finished. Your fingers rest where they've fallen, not in surrender, but in absence of direction. They don't need to be doing anything except being there. The tips are slightly cooler than the base of each finger, as if memory lingers longer in the outer edges. You aren't asked to explain why one nail has a tiny chip on its edge, or how long it's been that way. It doesn't matter whether you've forgotten what caused it or remembered every detail of the moment. The fact remains, your hand is shaped like this, and no story needs to justify it. The blanket shifts just once. No sound, no effort, like a body adjusting in its sleep without waking. You don't need to follow that movement with attention. It isn't seeking you out or trying to tell you something. It's only responding to the slight tilt of your spine. The way gravity pulls differently on one side when you turn just so. There's no reason to believe it has intention. The fabric doesn't care if you're aware of its weight or not. It lies where it finds itself, and that is enough. There's a pause in your thoughts, not because they've vanished, but because they don't need to be named. You aren't being asked to gather them up like fallen leaves after a storm. There's no law saying the quiet between ideas must be filled. Some silence isn't empty. It's full of what hasn't been spoken, what doesn't need to be said, and that is its own kind of presence. The air near your shoulder feels thicker than it did before, not because anything has changed in the room, but because you've settled deeper into stillness, like water settling at the bottom of a glass when no one stirs it. You don't have to wonder if this weight is heavy or light. It's just there. Your body doesn't ask for permission to feel it. It simply receives, without needing to interpret. You could lie like this forever and not be wrong about anything, because nothing has been judged, nothing measured against a standard. The way your foot rests slightly off the edge of the mattress isn't failure or carelessness. It's just how motion settles when there's no command to correct it. No one is watching to see if you're doing it right. Your eyelids are closed, not because they've chosen darkness, but because the light doesn't need them anymore. It doesn't matter whether your mind drifts or stays still. What matters is that it isn't being pushed in either direction. The space behind your eyes is no longer a place where ideas race to be seen. There's room for what remains unnamed, unclaimed. There's no urgency in the way you breathe through your nose. The air passes without effort, not because there's nothing pressing, but because pressure doesn't live here anymore. You don't have to hold it differently or control its rhythm. It flows as it will, like a stream that hasn't been dammed and doesn't need to be. The edge of the blanket near your hip is slightly gathered in on itself, not from pulling, not from tugging, but because gravity has settled into the folds where fabric naturally collects when left undisturbed. You don't have to fix it. It's not a sign of neglect or disorder. It's just how things rest when no one reaches for them. There's no need to decide if this moment is significant. No rule says you must measure its depth by how long you can stay in it. The night doesn't demand your attention, nor does it ask you to return anything from it. No memory, no feeling, not even a sense of time passing. It only allows you to be present as the kind of being that doesn't need to leave an impression. You don't have to know why one breath feels deeper than another, or what makes your ribs expand in this particular way tonight. There's no reason required for how your body listens to itself. No instruction manual, no checklist. The motion isn't happening because it's supposed to mean something. It's happening simply because there is room for it. The darkness around you doesn't need to be understood. You don't have to give it a name or explain why it feels different than the dark from earlier in the night. It isn't holding anything back, just being like water in a cup that hasn't been moved since last evening. There's no demand for meaning. You aren't meant to solve anything here. Not even the question of whether you're awake or not. The moment doesn't require clarity. It only accepts your presence as it is, without needing to be confirmed by awareness. You can drift in and out without consequence, like a leaf caught between two currents, neither pulled nor pushed. There's no pressure on your thoughts to arrive at anything. They don't have to be coherent or complete. Some of them may not even form into words, just shapes in the air behind your eyes. Fleeting, unspoken, never needing to land. That's fine. The space they occupy doesn't shrink when they leave. Your skin meets coolness at the edge of your wrist, not because it wants warmth, but because that's where temperature has settled. No one is watching to see if you react. There's no test on how long you can tolerate cold or heat, just a surface meeting air without resistance. There's no need to remember what happened before this moment. No obligation to trace the path of your thoughts back through the evening. You don't have to reassemble anything from fragments. The past isn't waiting for you to return it into order. It only remains as part of what has already passed, not demanding attention, but simply present. You could let your breath fall out of rhythm and no one would care. No voice in the room calling it wrong. No echo returning with judgment. You don't have to fix it or bring it back to balance. The unevenness isn't failure. It's just motion without design. The stillness around you doesn't depend on whether you're breathing or not. It continues, even if your lungs stop for a moment. Because stillness is not the opposite of motion, but something that can exist alongside it, like shadows in a room where light has dimmed. There's no one here to say what you should be thinking or how long this pause must last. No voice demanding that you wake up with purpose or leave the dark behind with some revelation. The night isn't waiting for you to become anything, just holding space so you can simply rest without needing to earn it. Your body knows how to lie quietly, even when thoughts drift through like dust in a sunbeam. Unseen, uncaught, not requiring any response. It doesn't need to be active to matter. It doesn't have to do something for its presence to be valid. The way your shoulders lower isn't surrender. It's just release. The kind that happens naturally when nothing asks you to hold on. There's no demand from anywhere. No force pulling at your attention. No pressure to make sense of what feels uncertain. You don't need to decide whether it matters or not. Whether this moment has weight or not doesn't change how deeply it holds you. The air in the room is still, but that doesn't mean it's motionless. It just means there isn't anything moving through it with intent. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's not holding its breath. It simply exists, like a pause between words when no one has begun speaking yet. You don't have to carry any of this forward. You aren't being asked to remember the shape of your thoughts or preserve them in some record. The night doesn't want you to keep anything, only to be here, exactly as you are, without need for proof. You are not holding anything between your hands. No idea, no memory. No expectation, but still, there is a kind of fullness where that emptiness lies. Not absence, not lack, but presence in the way a hollow tree holds air without needing to fill it. You don't have to give shape to what moves through you. The thought that passes behind your eyes isn't yours to keep or release. It simply drifts like a wisp of smoke from an extinguished match, neither rising nor falling, just dissolving into the space where nothing asks for its name. There is no map being drawn beneath your skin. No compass spinning toward some fixed north. You are not navigating anything. The mind doesn't have to answer for itself. Doesn't need to stand before a court of meaning and declare why it stirs or what it believes. It can wander, unchallenged, through corridors that don't lead anywhere, and the silence will still be whole. Your breath moves in and out like water flowing over smooth stone, not because you guide it, but because it follows its own quiet gravity. The rhythm isn't broken when one inhale lingers longer than the last. There's no consequence to a pause that stretches beyond habit. You don't have to return to balance or recover from imbalance. There is no state that must be achieved, no destination toward which your body should orient itself. You are not being tested on whether you can stay still for long enough. No one is measuring the thickness of your quiet. The room doesn't record how many seconds pass between when you notice the coolness at your wrist and when it fades again. It only holds what's there, like a shelf that bears weight without complaint. There are no voices in the dark asking why you're not thinking harder or clearer. No inner chorus demanding better insight, deeper certainty. The space around you isn't waiting for you to say something meaningful, only to be present as you are, breathing, warm beneath the thin fabric of the blanket, skin meeting air at the edge of your forearm without needing to name it. There is no need to know what tomorrow might bring. No obligation to prepare for a question that hasn't been asked yet. The future does not press against your ribs like a hand trying to open you. Only rests in its own unfolding, separate from anything you could do or think right now. You don't have to decide if the moment matters. Whether it's significant or fleeting doesn't change how it settles into your body. It lands gently, like dust on a shelf that has not been disturbed for months. Not because it was important, but simply because it arrived and stayed. There is no one here asking you to fix anything. No flaw in the air, no fracture in the stillness, no tear in the silence that must be mended. The dark doesn't require your attention to remain whole. It does not depend on your gaze or your interpretation. It simply continues, like a word spoken in a language no one else remembers. Your thoughts are not required to make sense. They don't have to align with any truth you've held before. A thought can pass through you without being claimed, like rain falling on land that doesn't need it, but still receives it. The ground is wet, yes, but not because it wanted the water, only because it was there. You are not responsible for what comes next. There's no account to balance or story to finish. No sentence needing a conclusion. You don't have to close anything. Only let each moment be its own ending and beginning at once. There is no reason that needs explaining. Not now, not ever. The fact of being here isn't proof of anything. It doesn't require justification. Your presence in this quiet room, beneath the thin blanket, without movement or effort, it exists as it does, like a shadow under a chair where light has shifted and left nothing behind but shape. You are not failing by not knowing, not drifting is not falling. The way your attention slips between one feeling and another isn't weakness. It's just motion that doesn't have to be useful. It can move without direction, without need for outcome. The ceiling above you doesn't care if you understand it or not. It remains unchanged as long as you lie still beneath its curve. It has no expectation of your interpretation, no demand to reveal itself. It simply is, unquestioned, unclaimed, untouched by the kind of thinking that seeks answers. Your hands rest where they fall, not on anything, not in any particular place, but just there, existing with their own weight and softness. They do not need to be doing something. Their stillness isn't failure. It's a form of belonging. There is no law against letting your thoughts wander without returning them. No rule that says you must bring yourself back into focus or reassemble the fragments. You don't have to make anything whole again. The world doesn't require completion from you, only presence. The air in the room is not holding its breath. It's simply moving slowly, like a body lying down after walking far. It has no urgency, no purpose beyond being there. It fills space without claiming it, and that is enough. You don't have to remember how this feeling started. You don't need to trace your way back through the evening or reconstruct what led you here. The path doesn't matter now. What matters is where you are, your body meeting the weight of the blanket, the slight coolness at your ankle as it slips beneath the edge. You are not being asked to arrive anywhere. No arrival is required. You don't have to wake up with something new inside you, or carry any revelation forward into a world that may forget it by morning. The night doesn't care what you do after this moment, only that you stay here exactly as you are, without needing to justify your stillness. The dark isn't waiting for you to become brave or clear-eyed or certain. It is not judging whether you're awake enough to see it properly. It simply exists, like a room with no door, no light, and no one inside who needs to leave. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to feel anything particular. There's no standard of awareness that must be met. The fact that your mind drifts doesn't mean you're not present. It only means the kind of presence you're in is different from what you might expect. There are no stakes attached to this moment, no consequence for closing your eyes or letting thoughts dissolve or lying without purpose. Nothing depends on whether you stay awake or fall asleep. The world continues either way. You don't have to understand why the air feels heavier near the window, or why a sound from outside fades so slowly into nothing. It doesn't matter if it's real or imagined, only that it passes through your awareness like wind through an open room, leaving no trace but memory of movement. The fabric over you is thin, yes, but not because it's weak. It holds warmth without effort, wraps around your body without needing to be proofed against cold. It doesn't have to earn its place under your skin. It simply rests there, as quiet and unremarkable as the breath that flows through you. You are not being asked to do anything with this night. There's no task waiting in the dark after it ends. No duty to make sense of what has passed or to preserve any part of it for later use. The thought that floats now isn't yours, and yet it's here. It doesn't have a name, but it exists. Like mist gathering on glass without needing to be called anything. You don't need to label it or pull it back into your mind or decide what it means. It is only allowed to pass. Your body does not tremble with the effort of staying still. It doesn't resist sleep because it fears emptiness. The way you lie, limbs relaxed, spine curved slightly in surrender, isn't defeat. It's just a natural alignment, like water finding its level after being disturbed. There is no one watching to see if your thoughts are valuable or useless. No audience waiting for insight. No voice saying this should mean something. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. The edge of your blanket has slipped down just enough that the air touches your ankle, cool and light as a sigh against skin. It doesn't demand attention, only presence, and you let it be, without pulling the fabric back into place. The space beneath is not cold, nor is it warm. It simply is, like the moment between two breaths when nothing has yet decided where to go. There's no need to correct this small displacement. No rule says your limbs must stay covered or your feet aligned with some invisible line drawn across the bed. You're allowed to be slightly off, slightly unbalanced, in a way that doesn't threaten you. The imbalance is not failure. It's just another form of stillness. The darkness isn't waiting for you to become something different before it reveals itself. It does not shift because you close your eyes or open them. It remains as it has always been, unwilling and uninterested in performance, indifferent to how much or how little you understand. You don't have to be awake enough to see the shape of it. You don't need to feel its edges with clarity. The night doesn't require proof that you're aware. Awareness isn't measured by focus or depth or precision, only by your continued presence in this moment. Body resting on the bed, breath moving through the quiet. A sound comes from outside, not a voice, not an animal, nothing that can be named. But it arrives like a thread pulled slowly through air. It doesn't carry meaning. It doesn't demand explanation. You don't have to wonder what caused it or where it's going. The fact that you notice it at all is enough. Then it fades, not into silence, but into something softer than sound. The memory of movement, like fabric brushing against itself in stillness. That soft passage remains after the noise ends, like a shadow lingering on a wall when the light has passed. Your shoulder rests slightly lower than the other side, not because you're injured or unbalanced, but simply because your body knows how to settle into its own shape over time. It doesn't resist gravity. It lets it do what it does. The way your spine curves along the mattress isn't a compromise. It's not failure to be straight. It's just where your bones and muscles choose to rest when no one is asking them to hold position. No need to correct this slant. No requirement to realign yourself into some imagined ideal of posture. There is no test in lying here. No final evaluation at the end of night that will say whether you passed or failed. You are not being judged on how well your thoughts stay still or how long you can remain without dreaming. The only thing required is this, that you let go, slowly and quietly, like water releasing from a stone it has held for years. The weight of the blanket isn't pressing down. It's simply there, resting where it belongs, not fighting against anything. It doesn't need to prove its usefulness or explain why it stays. It holds warmth without effort, as if it had always known how to do that. You don't have to wonder whether it will keep you warm through the night. Only let it be what it is. You are not being asked to fix anything. Not your thoughts, not your body, not the way the air feels in your lungs or the way your mind drifts between things that may never return. There's no obligation to remember where this feeling began. No need to reconstruct the path by which you arrived at this quiet edge of awareness. Your breath does not have to be even. It doesn't need to deepen or slow down for any reason. The rhythm is already enough. Each inhale and exhale, moving through your body like wind across a field, stirring dust that rises and settles again without purpose. You don't have to stay awake. You also don't have to fall asleep. There's no penalty if you linger between them. The space where consciousness is thin but not broken, where thoughts float like leaves on still water, neither sinking nor rising. The window doesn't ask for your attention. The glass holds the night in its curve without claiming it. It does not reflect anything back, only receives light that never comes. It is a surface with no need to respond. A thought drifts, not one you created, not one from earlier, but something like the echo of an old dream resurfacing in slow motion. You don't have to follow it. You aren't being asked to trace its origin or explain why it appears now. It arrives without permission, and stays for a breath, just long enough to be noticed, then dissolves into stillness. There is no need to feel anything about it. No rule says you must name the sensation, hold on to it, or let go of it with intention. The mind doesn't have to do anything, but allow space for what comes through. Like air passing through a room with no doors. The fabric over your chest is thin, yes, but not fragile. It does not tear from being touched. It simply allows contact without resistance. You don't have to protect yourself from its lightness or fear it will vanish when you shift. The fact that it covers you at all is enough. Your fingers rest on the blanket, not clenched, not trying to grip anything, just placed where they fall, as if deciding by chance what to do with themselves. They are not waiting for a task, not preparing to move, just present, like roots in soil, holding nothing but stillness. The air near your face doesn't feel heavier because you're thinking about meaning or time or any of the things that have haunted you earlier. It feels only as it does, cool enough at times, warm at others, and this is not a problem to be solved. The sensation isn't a message or an omen. It's just air moving where it will. You don't need to decide if your thoughts are valid. You aren't being asked to defend them. No one will come later and say they were too big, too small, too strange. There is no record of this night, no archive, nothing preserved for judgment or memory. The fact that you're aware, just aware is enough. Not deep awareness, not profound awareness, just the quiet kind. A body knowing it exists without needing to explain why. There's no one waiting at the end of this moment with a question or an expectation. The silence doesn't carry weight because it lacks sound. It carries weight simply because it is present, like the space between heartbeats. The dark isn't empty. It holds things that don't need names. Shadows without sources, memories without events, breaths not yet taken. You are not required to name them, only to allow their presence. Your foot lies slightly curled, not because you're cold or restless, but because it's been that way for a long time, and your body has stopped trying to correct it. It doesn't need to be fixed. The curve isn't failure. It's just the shape of resting in space without resistance. The air shifts again, just slightly, a quiet movement that passes through the room like a breath not belonging to you. You don't have to follow where it goes. Only notice, if you want, how it moves across your skin and then fades into nothing. There is no beginning or end here, not for this moment, not for the thoughts passing through. not even for sleep itself. Just continuity, one thing after another, without demand or purpose. You don't have to understand what happens next. You aren't being asked to predict it, prepare for it, or avoid it. The future isn't waiting with a question. It's just coming, slowly and without urgency, like the dark that has already settled into your ribs, like the blanket lying over you now, like breath in your lungs. There is no need to be ready, no requirement to become clearer or lighter or more awake. You are allowed to stay exactly as you are, with thoughts drifting, with limbs resting, with mind open not to answers, but to presence alone. This is not a practice, not an effort, not training towards something better. It's only this, the weight of stillness, the quiet of being in your body without needing to do anything about it, the dark holding you as if it had always known how to hold. The floor beneath you is older than memory, holding the quiet weight of footsteps that never returned. It doesn't remember what they carried, only the sound they made when passing through a space not meant to be measured. Your body rests on the same surface as all those others who came before, and yet your presence isn't recorded in its grain. Not because you were forgotten, but because it holds no need for names. The wood doesn't ask if your breath is deep enough, or if your thoughts are true. It only lets them be, like dust settling after a wind has passed through. You don't have to know what the silence means. You aren't being tested on its depth or asked to interpret its shape. The quiet isn't holding you down. It's simply allowing you to exist within its shape. Like water in a bowl that never spills, because no one ever lifts it. There is no pressure to fill it with meaning. Not even the kind that feels good or comforting. You are permitted to sit inside stillness without trying to name what lies between your thoughts. The blanket has shifted slightly, just enough for its edge to graze your hip. Not in search of warmth, but because gravity has pulled it where it will. It doesn't resist. It isn't trying to be perfectly aligned or cover every inch with intention. The way it drapes over you is not a metaphor. It's just cloth on flesh, held together by air and chance, lying there as if nothing else had ever mattered. Your hand lies open near your ribs, palm up, fingers slightly splayed, not reaching for anything, not holding on to anything, not even the idea that this moment might be important. The space between your fingertips is not empty. It's just unclaimed, unlabeled. It doesn't need to contain something. There is no demand that it become a vessel or carry meaning. You are allowed to have spaces in your body that do nothing but exist. You don't have to understand why the night feels so full of things you can't see. The absence isn't an invitation to fear, nor is it proof of emptiness. It's just what happens when light stops trying to be found. Darkness doesn't speak. It doesn't announce itself as presence or lack. It simply is, like the space between your breaths. The gap that exists, not because something was lost, but because time moves in cycles too slow for words. There is no reason why this moment must last longer than it does. There's also no need to fear its end, even if you don't know when it will come. The fact that you are here, aware, still, breathing is enough. Not because it should be, not because anyone says so, just because the body knows how to stay in place without being asked. The air near your ear shifts again, not with purpose or message, but simply as a current passing through. It doesn't carry words. It doesn't tell you whether to move or remain. It only touches your skin and leaves behind no trace of itself. You don't have to wonder if it was trying to reach something. That's not its job. Your attention isn't required. You aren't being asked to make sense of the way thoughts float through like smoke. Light, shapeless, drifting from one corner of your mind to another without knocking. One thought might be about a door left unlatched. Another might recall a color you haven't seen in years. Neither needs permission. Neither must stay. They come and go as if they had never been asked to belong. You don't have to decide if any of them are true or false. You aren't being called upon to defend their presence. No one will later ask you why that image came now, or whether it meant something. The mind isn't a record keeper. It's not a court. It doesn't require justification for what passes through. The room holds your shape without needing to understand it. The walls don't measure how long you've been lying here. They don't wonder if you're tired or restless or awake. They simply let the space remain as it is. Neither too full nor too bare, neither too warm nor cold. You are not expected to fix anything about the way things sit. Even your foot's slight curl, the one that hasn't straightened in hours, isn't an error. It isn't a sign of resistance or lack of control. It's just how your body chose to rest after all the effort of being alive for so long. Not because it was tired, but because it stopped needing to prove anything. You don't have to be useful right now. You aren't required to be awake in any way that matters to the world beyond this room. No one is watching. There's no audience. The only thing happening is your breath, rising and falling without need for rhythm or perfection, like water moving slowly over stone, not trying to reach anything. You are allowed to let go of the idea that you must be coherent in order to exist. You don't have to stay focused on a single thread. There's no prize for clarity, no reward for consistency. The mind is permitted to wander through rooms with no doors, down paths without maps, across fields where nothing grows. The dark isn't waiting for you to fill it with story or meaning. It doesn't need your effort to become full. It already contains everything that cannot be named. The weight of things not spoken, the shape of feelings without language, the silence between two heartbeats that never happened, yet still belong. Your body is not trying to escape from this moment. It isn't preparing for tomorrow or regretting yesterday. It's simply here, lying on the bed, resting under the blanket, breathing in and out like something that has always known how to do so without learning. There is no test at the end of sleep, no final question, no judgment about whether you've done enough or thought deeply enough. There's only this, a body lying still, allowing itself to be held by air, darkness, time, without demand, without expectation. The space around you isn't empty because it lacks content. It holds all the things that don't need labels. The way your shoulder rests against the mattress, the softness where your neck meets your collarbone, the slight pressure of blood moving through veins too quiet to hear. You are not responsible for making this night meaningful. You aren't required to feel anything in particular. No peace, no clarity, no release. There's no obligation to become lighter or clearer or more present than you already are. You don't have to believe that the darkness is safe, or that stillness is good, or that not knowing can be enough. All you need do is let it be the way a leaf lets itself fall without asking whether the ground will catch it. The blanket remains where it fell, not because of logic or intention, but because gravity has its own quiet ways. Your hand stays open not from effort, but because no part of you feels called to close it yet. You don't have to be ready for what comes next. The future isn't knocking. It's not waiting with a plan or a promise. It's just arriving, as all things do, softly, without fanfare, like shadow passing over stone. There is no need to prepare your mind for rest. No command to settle down, to let go, to surrender. You are already resting, not because you've done something right, but because the body knows how to stop trying when it's tired. The air shifts again, this time near your shoulder. A small movement that passes through like a breath not yours, yet still felt as if it belonged to the room. It doesn't carry news, doesn't warn, doesn't promise anything. You are allowed to notice it without needing to interpret, to feel its passage across your skin and let it go. Just like every other thing that has come before. There is no need to remember this moment, no rule that you must keep any of it. The silence doesn't ask for tribute. The dark doesn't demand gratitude. You are not being asked to become anything. Not more aware, not less afraid, not deeper or lighter. You are simply permitted, just as you are, to be present in your body without needing to fix it, explain it, defend it, or change it. You are lying where you were meant to lie, just as the mattress holds your shape without holding on, just as the blanket settles over you like a memory that doesn't ask to be remembered. There's no need to verify that this is real, or that it will last, or whether you'll wake with any sense of having arrived anywhere. The room is not waiting for you to decide how to feel about it. It simply exists, walls breathing in and out at their own pace, the ceiling holding its weight as if it had no choice but to stay still, the air moving only because something has moved before it. Your breath does not have a schedule. It doesn't pause between inhale and exhale so that you can catch up with yourself or decide what comes next. It flows like water over stone that has never known how to speak, smooth, unbroken, without hesitation. You're not required to notice every rise and fall of your chest, nor is there shame in drifting through a few, where the rhythm fades into silence. The body knows when it's time to return, just as roots know when to grow toward moisture they cannot see. There is no law that says you must carry the weight of what lies beyond this room, the shape of cities not yet built, the sound of someone laughing in a life you'll never live, the way a tree might remember its first wind. You don't have to carry any of it because it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to time itself. Time that does not care whether you are awake or asleep, whether you understand it or not. It moves through everything without asking permission. Your hand lies on your thigh like a small thing that has stopped trying to be useful. The skin is warm in places where the blood runs close, cooler where it slows. You don't have to decide what to do with it, whether to move it toward your face or press it into the mattress or leave it floating between two states. It stays because nothing asks for more than that. The dark doesn't answer questions. It doesn't offer patterns or promises. It simply is, not as absence, not as emptiness, but as fullness of a kind that does not require explanation. The space around you is not empty because there's nothing in it. It is full of what cannot be named. The way the air changes when your body shifts just slightly. How the blanket settles into the curve, where your hip meets the mattress like fabric, learning its own shape over time. You are allowed to notice that your ankle rests at an angle you didn't choose and still accept it without resistance. You don't have to fix anything. No alignment, no correction, no effort to make yourself more comfortable than you already are. The discomfort is not a message. It's just there. The way the side of your foot presses against the edge of the sheet. The small ache behind your knee that doesn't demand attention, but simply exists, like a note left on an old window pane. You don't have to remember how you got here, or why you're lying down, or whether this is enough. The past isn't knocking at the door, and the future hasn't arrived yet, not in any way that matters. There's no story being told about what happens next. No script unfolding behind your eyes. Just breath. Just wait. Just presence. You could lie here for hours, days even, and nothing would change except how you feel in your own skin. And even then, feeling is not a task. It's not something you must do well or fail at. You don't have to be aware of every sensation, nor does the absence of awareness mean you've failed. The mind may wander into rooms with no doors, into thoughts that lead nowhere and return empty-handed. But there is no punishment for going. Your ribs hold space without trying. They are not keeping anything in or out. They simply are. The way a wall holds silence without being aware of it. The way stone remembers pressure long after the hand has left it. The air inside you moves freely because nothing asks it to stay put. There's no need to believe that this moment matters more than any other, nor is there shame in thinking that it doesn't matter at all. Both thoughts can exist side by side, like two clouds drifting across an unclaimed sky, neither needing to win or be seen. You don't have to think about what you've lost or what might come. You are not responsible for the shape of your life's story. The future isn't waiting with a checklist or a deadline. It arrives as it always has, quietly, without fanfare, like frost spreading across glass in the early hours. Your body does not require clarity to rest. It doesn't need meaning to slow down. It knows how to stop trying when enough is enough. Not because of any decision you've made, but because your nervous system remembers what it means to be tired. The blanket stays where it fell, its edge slightly curled at the foot of the bed, like a thought that didn't finish itself. The fabric doesn't know why it's there, or whether it will stay tomorrow. It simply is, and so are you. There's no need to feel more than what you're feeling right now. The way your fingers rest where they've landed, how the sheet presses gently against your ankle as if offering a quiet touch. You don't have to understand why this feels like enough. You aren't required to believe it's permanent or sacred or even important. It simply is. The silence isn't asking you to fill it with words. The dark doesn't want anything from you. No confession, no gratitude, no explanation for being here. It holds your shape the way a river holds the curve of its banks, not out of care, but because that's what water does when it finds a path. You don't have to be ready. You aren't expected to wake up clear-eyed or with new answers. The mind may drift into corners where no light has been before, into thoughts about things you've never named, feelings without names, the shape of longing you can't explain. But those places are allowed too. They're not dangerous. They're not wrong. Your breath continues, not because you're doing it right, but because your body remembers how to do it even when you forget. It doesn't pause for approval. It doesn't wait for a signal from the mind. It simply is. There's no need to measure whether this night has been meaningful or productive. The darkness isn't grading you on effort. The stillness isn't waiting to see if you've earned rest. You are not being asked to become anything. More present, more peaceful, more awake. You are already here. Your body is where it needs to be. Your mind may wander, but that doesn't mean it's lost. It just means it's breathing in the same air as everything else. The room holds you without knowing your name. The walls don't remember if you've been kind or cruel, brave or afraid. They simply hold space, not for any reason, not for any purpose, because they have always held space like this, long before you were born and long after you're gone. You are allowed to be tired. You are permitted to rest without justification, to let go of the need to understand why things are as they are, to stop trying to find a reason behind the way your shoulder rests against the mattress, or how your breath slows when the air grows still. There is no law that says you must carry every thought into tomorrow. You don't have to make sense of what's happening now. The future doesn't ask for your consent before it arrives. You are not responsible for making this moment matter, nor for proving that it does. It simply is, like a shadow passing over stone, or the way wind moves through a crack in the door, without needing to explain itself. Your hand stays open because nothing calls it to close. Your body lies still because it has learned how to stop fighting. The dark holds you not as an enemy, nor as a friend, but as something that simply is, and so are you. The air shifts without warning, just a soft weight moving through the space above you, like a breath that isn't yours, but still finds its way into your awareness. You don't have to name it or decide what it means. It is not an omen, nor a signal. It is simply one of the quiet things the night allows. A current in the stillness, a momentary pull against the edge of sleep that doesn't demand anything but presence. Let it pass through you like dust might drift across a shelf, unseen, unclaimed, and unnoticed by any light. Your shoulder rests where it has fallen, not because it was placed there with intent, but because gravity has no interest in intention. It simply is how things settle when they stop resisting. The fabric of the blanket is warm where you've pressed into it. Not hot, not cold, just holding heat, like a memory that doesn't need to be recalled. You don't have to wonder what it remembers, or why it feels this way against your skin. It's enough that it holds. The dark has no shape. It doesn't lean in or pull back. It is not waiting for you to close your eyes or open them. It simply exists as the absence of light without needing to explain itself. You are allowed to lie beneath it, breathing slowly, letting your body fall into its own rhythm, like a stone sinking through water where no one is watching. No one is judging how long it takes. No one cares if you drift too far or not enough. There's no rule that says the night must end with clarity. There's nothing in the air that demands a revelation, nor does the silence carry an obligation to offer comfort. The quiet doesn't need your gratitude, nor does it ask for your surrender. It simply is what it is, the space between one breath and the next, the pause before the mind stirs again. Your hand lies open beside you, not because you've chosen this position, but because your muscles have forgotten how to tighten. The fingers are relaxed, not from effort, but from release. They don't know they're supposed to do anything except exist as part of what is. You aren't responsible for keeping them still or moving. Their openness isn't a metaphor. It's just the way things settle when no one calls them into action. Outside, something hums, a distant frequency too low to name, like the sound a window might make if it were dreaming. Not loud enough to be noticed unless you're listening with your whole body. And even then, you don't have to listen. You aren't asked to identify what's making that tone or why it persists. It may last 5 seconds or 50 minutes. No difference matters in the way time unfolds here. The walls don't remember your name, and they never will. They don't keep track of whether you were kind today or lost patience too easily. They don't record how many thoughts slipped through you like sand between fingers, nor do they care if any of them mattered. The room holds your shape the way soil cradles a root. Not out of love, not out of duty, but because that is what it does when something settles into its space. You are allowed to be tired in this exact moment, without needing to prove you've earned it, without having to show how hard you tried or how much you want rest. You don't have to apologize for your body's need to stop moving. It doesn't need permission from the mind to slow down. There is no law requiring that every feeling be named. No rule saying that silence must be filled with meaning. The space between thoughts, between one idea and the next, is not empty. It isn't missing anything. It just is. Like a pause in music where nothing happens, and still, everything continues. Your breath doesn't care if you're thinking too much or too little. It moves through your chest as though it knows something you don't. The way water flows without needing to know its destination. There's no urgency beneath the rhythm. No pressure to be deeper or longer. It simply goes on, not because you're doing anything right, but because that is how breathing is, a quiet act of continuity. You are not required to believe in anything. No truth, no story, no future worth chasing. You don't have to imagine what comes after this stillness, nor do you need to prepare for the morning. The idea of tomorrow doesn't demand your attention tonight. It can wait. It has waited before, and it will again. The silence isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care if you're asleep or awake. It just holds space, like a hand that never closes, not because it's holding something important, but because it knows how to stay open. Your shoulder is heavy, not in the way that suggests burden, but in the way that suggests weight has finally found its place. It isn't striving to be lighter. It doesn't need to rise or shift or change. It just rests where it belongs, like a branch after snowfall, bent, quiet, and unafraid of being what it is. There's no requirement for you to feel peaceful. No obligation to let go of doubt or uncertainty. You don't have to forgive the questions that still linger in your chest, like stones too large to name. They can stay there, not as enemies, but simply as part of the landscape inside you. Something present without being solved. You aren't asked to become someone different because it's night. Nor are you expected to erase who you were before sleep arrived. You don't have to apologize for your mind wandering into corners where no one has been before, where thoughts form in shapes that resist naming, where emotions move like shadows across a wall without reason or direction. The dark doesn't ask for your explanation. It doesn't need your story or your reasons for being here. It holds you not because it understands you, but because understanding isn't required to hold space. You don't have to fix anything. You aren't responsible for the way your breath slows when the air stills. No one is watching to see if you're doing this right. The room doesn't keep score. The night doesn't track effort or intention. Your fingers are soft where they rest on the edge of the blanket, not because you've done anything special, but because that's how skin behaves when it isn't fighting. There's no need for control, no demand to stay in place. They don't have to mean something just because they're there. The wind, whether real or imagined, passes through a crack in the door like an old song half remembered. It doesn't matter if you catch every note or not. You aren't asked to remember it. The sound drifts in and out, not as a message, but as one of the quiet details that make up what night is. Small movements without purpose. You are allowed to let your thoughts dissolve like sugar in water. No need to hold on. No pressure to preserve them. You don't have to rescue them from fading. They can disappear into the dark just as easily as they arrived. Not with loss, but simply because that's how things go here. There is no moment that needs to be remembered. There is no feeling that must endure. The air doesn't ask you to hold on to anything except your breath. And even then, only for as long as it takes. The blanket stays where it fell, not out of loyalty or design, but because gravity has its own quiet way of deciding what belongs where. It's not resisting the pull. It isn't trying to stay in place. It just is. Your body doesn't need permission to sink deeper into the mattress. No one is watching to see if you're still awake. The darkness doesn't care how long it takes for your mind to stop reaching, searching, circling back, just as long as you remain here where you are. You don't have to understand why this feels like enough. You aren't being asked to believe in anything. No truth needs to be uncovered tonight. There's no need to find the answer. The question doesn't have to be answered for it to exist. It can simply be just as your breath is, just as the dark is. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. Nothing missing in the way your hand rests open against the air. Like a door left slightly ajar. Just enough space for something unknown to pass through. Without knocking. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things you can't hear yet, like echoes that haven't found their way back to you. The air settles around your shoulders, not as pressure, but as a kind of presence, one that doesn't demand recognition. You don't have to name it to let it stay. It moves through the room without needing to be invited. Just as light slips between curtains when no one is watching, there's no reason for it to pause. No obligation to make sense. Your shoulder rests against the mattress, not because you chose it, but because that's where your body has decided to rest. The shape of your arm lies where gravity arranged it. No decision needed, just motion without intention. You don't need to correct it. There's no right way for a limb to fall when the mind is quiet enough to let go. Even your thoughts are starting to drift in slow loops, not chasing anything, simply turning like old pages left open on a table. The blanket has shifted again, not because you moved, but because something under it did. That's where your body has stayed. But then there's the soft weight of it still across your legs. And that is real enough. You don't need to test its truth with touch or memory. It is where it is, not by design, but by what happens when nothing else insists on changing. There's a rhythm in how sound returns after silence. How a creak from the floorboard isn't an alarm, just something settling, like water finding a new level. It doesn't need to be answered or explained. You don't have to wonder if it was wind or mice or the house itself breathing through its bones. The noise passes without marking time, and that's all it is. A sound that happened in the dark. You are not required to remember any of this when you wake. No moment needs to be saved. No feeling must survive beyond its own quiet arrival. You can let go, even if you don't know what you're letting go of. Just as your breath lets go on its own, without permission or plan. The air near your face is warm where it's been held for a while, like the inside of a cup left too long in sunlight. It doesn't need to cool down. It isn't waiting for anything. You don't have to will it away. It stays because it's there, because that's how warmth behaves when no one is watching. You are not being asked to carry meaning. Not now, not ever tonight. The questions don't need answers in order to be real. They can exist just as they do. Suspended, like dust motes floating above a floor, catching light without needing to land. There's a pause between breaths that isn't silence. It's something else entirely, where the body holds its shape not from effort, but because stillness has become its default. You don't have to fight for it. It doesn't require focus. It simply is. This small space between one inhale and the next, where time forgets how to move forward. Your hand lies open, fingers slightly curled, not closed in defense, not stretched into expectation, but resting as hands do when they've stopped trying to hold anything. You don't have to shape it into something useful or meaningful. It can be soft, incomplete, unclaimed, and still belong exactly where it is. The dark doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It doesn't track how long you stay in this state of not knowing. It isn't waiting for a breakthrough or a revelation. It simply holds the space between thoughts as naturally as it holds the weight of your body on the bed, unasked and uninterrupted. There's no story that needs to be told about why things are this way, why meaning feels so distant, why freedom seems heavy when you try to grasp it, why uncertainty sits in your chest like a quiet guest who never leaves. You don't need to write an explanation for the weight of not understanding. It can stay there without needing to explain itself. You're allowed to stop reaching, not because you've failed, but because that's how rest begins. Not with resolution, not with clarity, but with surrender to what is already true. That you are here, and this moment exists, whether or not it makes sense. Your feet rest on the edge of the bed, toes just brushing the floor. No need for warmth, no urgency to pull them back in. They can be exposed, unguarded, exactly as they are. The air touches them lightly, not with care, but simply because that's how air moves through space, without intention or purpose. You don't have to decide what comes next. You aren't responsible for the path your thoughts take when no one is watching. They can wander into corners without a map, without being followed back. No need to retrieve them. The dark doesn't keep inventory of lost ideas. There's something in how stillness spreads, how it starts at the base of your spine and moves upward like water rising through soil. It doesn't push or pull. It simply fills the space that was once full of questions, until even those feel less urgent than they did moments ago. You don't need to become someone who understands. You're not being asked to earn this moment with effort or insight. There's no test at the end, no final judgment on whether you've done well enough. The ceiling above you is a solid shape in the dark, its surface just there. Not because it has meaning, but because that's how ceilings are made. They exist without needing to be seen. Your fingers uncurl slowly, not from effort, but because they're no longer holding. No one told them what to do. They simply released, and now your breath is slower than before. So slow you can't tell where it begins or ends. It doesn't need a name. It doesn't have to be remembered. It just is. Part of the quiet, part of the dark, part of being here in this body that knows how to rest without needing permission. The room isn't waiting for anything. No shift, no change, no signal from you. It holds its shape not because it's perfect, but because nothing has asked it to move. You don't have to be ready to wake up. You aren't being measured against any standard of completion. There's no finish line in the night, no goal that must be reached before sleep can take hold. The thoughts that come now are different, not urgent or searching, not trying to prove anything, but like shadows moving across a wall without reason, without direction, just passing through as they always do. You don't have to understand why this feels like peace. You aren't required to believe in it. It doesn't need your faith to be real. The blanket stays where it is, not because of you, not because of intention, but because the weight of it is enough for gravity to keep it there. That's all that matters. And when a thought drifts near, something about what might come tomorrow, or how things could have been different, it doesn't need to be held. It can pass by like a breath through an open window, not stopping, not lingering, just moving on without asking for anything. You are not responsible for the shape of your mind when it's quiet. You don't have to tidy up what remains after all the questions fade. There's no need to leave this place behind. No reason to return to being someone who must explain themselves or carry answers that were never meant to be found. The dark doesn't demand anything from you except presence. Not performance, not belief, just arrival. You are here, exactly as you are, and that is enough. Your chest rises and falls without effort, just the way it does when no one is watching, when nothing needs proving. And somewhere in the quiet, a sound returns, a distant hum from an appliance turning on far away, or perhaps only imagined. But even if it's not real, it still belongs to this moment. It doesn't need to be true to have weight. It just exists. You don't have to find meaning in that noise. You can let it pass like the rest, without holding, without answering, simply letting it be part of what night is. A collection of small movements, not because they matter, but because they happen. There's no need to preserve any of this for later. No record needs to be kept, no lesson learned, no message carried forward. You are still here, breathing into the shape your body makes beneath the blanket. Not because you chose it, but because that's how bodies settle when they're allowed to forget about purpose. The air in this room moves without direction, not toward any outcome, just drifting like dust between two quiet moments. It doesn't know where it came from or where it will go, and neither do you, though the fact of not knowing is no longer a weight, because it's stopped being something that needs to be fixed. The wall beside your head holds its silence in a way that feels deliberate, not rigid, but simply uninterested in explanation. It doesn't apologize for being there or justify why it stands where it does. It just is. And you are learning how to stay with things without needing them to mean something. Not even the darkness asks anything of you. Not even to be brave or calm or aware. It only exists, like a space that never had to decide whether it wanted to be full or empty. Your foot rests at an angle you didn't plan, and yet it stays there just as it is. No correction needed, no adjustment required. The heel presses slightly into the mattress, not out of effort, but because gravity has already decided where it belongs. You don't have to want that position. Only accept it. Acceptance doesn't mean agreement. It means letting go of the need to influence what's happening. A sound comes from somewhere far below. The low hum of a refrigerator cycling on in another room. Or perhaps just the house settling into its own rhythm. Not because it wants to be heard, but because movement is part of being made of parts that shift and respond. It doesn't announce itself with urgency. It arrives quietly, like something returning home after walking through rain. You don't need to name it. You don't even have to listen closely. If you do, it's not because the sound matters more than anything else, but because listening is how your body remembers that it still lives in a world where things happen without needing permission from anyone inside it. The blanket has shifted slightly toward your hips, just enough that one edge now lies against your thigh like an afterthought. It doesn't matter whether you pull it back or leave it there. Either way, the warmth remains constant. The texture of cotton against skin is not a message. It's just touch, not comfort, not healing, not protection, but simply contact. Your thoughts don't need to be useful now. They can wander through rooms that don't exist. Imagine conversations with people who are long gone, or replay moments without any intention to change them. That's all right. Let the mind do what it does when left alone. Drift like a leaf caught in still water, turning slowly on its own axis. There is no need for clarity. No demand that you arrive anywhere at all. You aren't being asked to understand your dreams before they come. You're not required to prepare for waking up tomorrow with answers or resolve. The night doesn't care how many questions remain unanswered, only that you stay where you are, breathing in the same way you did when no one was watching. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It's already complete as it is. It doesn't need to be conquered, filled, explained. It simply exists in its own quiet way, like a room with no windows, not because it hides anything, but because nothing needs to get out. Your hand lies palm up on the blanket, not reaching, not grasping, just resting. The fingers are slightly spread, as if they've forgotten how tightly to close. One fingertip presses faintly into the fabric, not enough to leave a mark, only to feel where the surface begins and ends. That touch is small, insignificant in any measurement, but it's real. There's no rule that says you must stay awake for this moment. No law stating you should preserve its shape or store it away. You're not being judged on how well you endure uncertainty, nor are you failing, because your mind still wonders what tomorrow might bring. You don't need to decide whether the past was meaningful, whether choices mattered, whether any of it had consequence beyond itself. That's not your task now. Your only job is to keep breathing, just enough so that air enters and leaves without friction, without resistance. There are no directions written on the ceiling, no instructions embedded in the floorboards. The silence isn't a challenge. It's just absence of noise, like an empty table between two people who don't need words to be together. You're not being asked to remember this feeling when you wake up. You're not expected to carry it forward as proof that peace is possible or that stillness has value. That would be too much, too heavy for a night that doesn't require anything more than presence. The thought of time passing feels distant now, not like an enemy, nor something to fear, but simply another kind of movement without direction. It isn't moving toward a goal or away from pain. It's just turning slowly, like the earth beneath unseen layers of soil and stone, not because it wants to be noticed, but because that's how time is made. Your breath slows again, not through effort, but by quieting itself in the same way water settles when left alone in a glass. No ripple, no sound, just stillness at the surface. And somewhere beyond this room, maybe outside, maybe inside your body, the rhythm continues. Not urgent, not dramatic, just steady enough to keep going without being noticed. You don't need to protect yourself from thinking too deeply. You aren't responsible for keeping your mind safe from ideas that feel too big. The size of a thought doesn't mean it's dangerous or wrong. It only means it belongs to the shape of your awareness at this moment. And like everything else, it will pass. There is no requirement to fix what feels unbalanced. No obligation to bring closure where there was never a beginning. You don't have to make sense of anything. Only allow space for things to be as they are. The blanket stays where it is because the house holds its shape in ways that aren't visible, not even to itself. The walls know their weight. The floor knows its levelness. And you're learning how to live in a body that doesn't need reasons to stay still. Your shoulder rests on the mattress with no resistance, just contact between flesh and fabric, nothing added, nothing removed. It doesn't matter if it's comfortable or uncomfortable. What matters is that it's there, just like everything else in this room. Not perfect, not complete, but present. The air moves gently around you, not rushing, not fleeing, but drifting through corners where light has never reached. You don't need to feel its passage. You only need to be aware of how your body doesn't fight against it. You are no longer trying to solve anything. Not the question of meaning, not the shape of time, not whether chance is kind or cruel. There's no pressure now to conclude, to summarize, to deliver a verdict on what all this might mean. The mind isn't running anymore, not toward answers, nor away from questions. It's just resting in its own quiet way, like a river that has stopped flowing but hasn't dried up. And you are not separate from it. You are the weight of stillness, the soft collapse of effort, the slow unfurling of breath into darkness without needing to be seen or understood. There is no need to explain why this feels peaceful, not even to yourself. Peace doesn't have to earn its place by proving itself. It simply exists, like a shadow that stays long after the light has moved on. You don't have to want it. You don't have to hold on to it, and you certainly don't have to believe in it. The room holds your stillness without comment. The walls don't ask if you're ready. The ceiling doesn't care how many thoughts pass through your mind. There is only this moment, this quiet, this weight on the chest, this breath that doesn't need a name, and this body that knows how to rest, not because it's earned it, but because it's allowed to be tired. The air shifts again, not with sound or motion, just a soft change in pressure against your skin, like something adjusting itself without needing anyone to notice. And you remain just here, exactly as you are, not arriving anywhere, not leaving anything behind. The darkness is not empty. It holds its shape differently than light does, not by filling space, but by letting things rest within it, without demanding they be seen. Your skin feels the edge of warmth where the blanket ends and cool air begins, a line that doesn't divide anything, only marks the boundary between two quiet states, one close to your body, one not quite touching you. You don't need to cross it or name it. It's simply there, like the pause between notes in music no one hears but still exists. There's a sound. No, not a sound exactly. More like an absence of sound that has its own weight. The house breathes slowly through cracks and corners, settling into itself after hours of being awake. A floorboard creaks once, softly, then returns to silence. Not because it has stopped moving, but because whatever moved was already gone by the time the noise arrived. Time doesn't rush forward here. It folds inward, like fabric that remembers its shape even when stretched too thin. You are not searching for meaning in this moment. You're not trying to find a reason why things go on as they do. Not now. The idea of needing one is so distant it feels like memory from another life. Like the way someone might remember a name just before waking, without being able to place it or even know what it was for. There's no urgency in your chest anymore. No tightening. Just space where thoughts used to race. You are not escaping them. You're simply allowing them to be small, like stars seen from far away. bright, but too distant to feel close. And that distance is enough. It doesn't mean they aren't real. It only means they don't need your attention right now. The fabric of the blanket presses lightly against your forearm, not holding on, not letting go. It stays where it is, because that's what fabrics do when no one lifts them or pulls them away. They rest in their own quiet way, shaped by gravity and gravity alone. You are like that too. Your body lying down not out of weakness, but because it has been granted permission to be unmade for a while. There's something in the air that isn't air at all. A kind of stillness that lives between breaths. It doesn't belong to any one thing. It moves through things without changing them. You feel it now on your neck, not as temperature or pressure, but as permission to be soft where you've been hard, to let the edges blur instead of sharpening. You don't have to decide what comes next. The future isn't waiting for a signal from you. It's already moving forward in ways that don't require your consent, much less your understanding. You aren't responsible for its direction or its shape. All you are asked to do is lie here and let the weight of being alive settle into your bones, not as burden, but as presence. The walls of this room don't speak. They don't offer guidance or judgment. They simply contain what's in them. Light that fell long ago. Echoes from voices not present now. Dust that has learned to stay put. The silence isn't broken by anything. It is the shape of space holding its breath. There's a corner where the air doesn't move as freely, not because it's blocked, but because it prefers stillness. A place in the room that hasn't been touched by sound or shadow for longer than you can remember. You don't need to go there. You aren't supposed to find anything. The corner is just existing, quietly, without purpose. Your shoulder sinks a little more into the mattress, not with effort, not because it's tired, but because gravity has simply reminded your body of its place. There's no resistance in your muscles, no need to brace against the idea of sinking deeper. You are allowed to be heavy, allowed to take up space without justifying it. The darkness isn't hiding anything from you. It doesn't conceal secrets or wait for revelation. It is not withholding meaning. It is only what happens when light leaves, when everything else stops trying to define itself through visibility. And in that, there's a kind of honesty. Things don't have to be seen to be real. You are not required to understand the pattern behind your thoughts. Whether they're random or connected doesn't matter. The fact that they arise at all is enough. They appear like clouds passing over a lake. No need to read their shapes. No obligation to follow them. You can watch them drift without becoming one of them. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because there's less space between inhaling and exhaling. It's not faster or slower than before. It's just different, like a river that has found its bed after wandering for years. Not rushing forward, not holding back, just flowing through the shape of where it is. The floor beneath you doesn't speak either, but it knows your weight. It holds it without complaint, without expectation, the way stone remembers pressure long after the foot has left. There's a rhythm in the quiet that isn't time, not really. Not measured, not divided. Just a pulse that moves through things when no one is listening. A hum beneath floors. A shift behind walls. Something older than memory moving slowly through what remains. You are not separate from it. You're part of it. Like a thread pulled from the same cloth as the room, the air, the silence. Not because you want to be, but because you've always been there without knowing it. Your fingers rest on your chest, not clutching, not holding anything, just placed where they land, like leaves falling onto soil that doesn't mind their weight. They don't need to do anything. They're allowed to be still. There's no need to wonder if the night will end. No reason to ask whether you'll wake again. The idea of morning is just another thought floating through your awareness, like a leaf on water, turning slowly without direction or destination. You aren't being tested. You aren't being measured. There's nothing to prove here. Not about meaning, not about time, not even about presence. All that matters is this. You are lying down. Your body has stopped fighting the pull of rest. The mind has stopped trying to fix what it can't see. The air shifts again, not with sound or movement, but as if something inside the room adjusted itself without being noticed. A small change in pressure against your skin, like a breath released by an unseen lung. And you remain just here, exactly where you are. Not arriving anywhere, not leaving anything behind, not even yourself. You're not carrying any version of what happened earlier or what might happen later. You aren't responsible for the shape of your thoughts now. They don't need to be meaningful. They don't need to be useful. There's no reason to stay awake, no duty to think, no rule that says you must remember this moment, or keep it safe, or make sense of it. You are allowed to forget what you're feeling. You can lose the words for it and still remain in the same place, deep inside the quiet, where nothing has to be earned. The darkness isn't waiting. It doesn't need your attention. It just is, like the shape of a hand held out in silence, not asking for anything, not offering anything either. Just open. You don't have to believe in it. You don't have to understand it. You only have to let it be where you are. The room holds its shape without thinking about it. The walls stand because they were built that way and never had to decide otherwise. Your body lies still, not out of effort, but because being still is no longer a choice. It's the default state now. There's nothing missing. No gap in your awareness. Nothing unfulfilled. You aren't trying to reach something beyond this moment. There's nowhere else to go. The silence isn't empty. It holds things that don't need names. Like the way dust settles, not because it wants to, but because there's no reason not to. You are not broken. You are not incomplete. You're just here, quietly occupying space in a world where everything continues whether you understand it or not. And somewhere beneath the surface of thought, something lets go. Not with force, not with drama, but simply by refusing to hold on anymore. The floor beneath you is not solid in the way that things are meant to be. There's no certainty in its surface, only a slow settling, like water finding its level after a long pause. Your back rests on it without protest, not because the body has given up, but because it has come to accept that this position, this weight, this alignment is where stillness begins to live instead of flee. It doesn't ask why, it just stays. And in staying, it remembers what it means to be supported by something that does not care whether you are worthy. There's a warmth near your shoulder now, not from the blanket, not exactly, but from air that has been held for so long, it's learned how to breathe with you. You don't have to guide it. It moves on its own, like breath beneath skin, like tide under sand. Slow and certain in ways no one can explain or track. The heat doesn't demand your attention, nor does it fade into the background. It simply stays where it is, as if it had always been there, waiting not to be noticed, but to be known without being named. You are not thinking about how long you've lain here. You're not counting minutes that might have passed or seconds that never returned. Time isn't a line. It's not even a loop. It's more like the way dust hangs in still air, suspended, drifting between what was and what will be, neither arriving nor departing, just present in its own slow way. And you are part of it, not as an observer, not as a traveler, but as something that has simply been allowed to exist within this motionless field. Your fingers have curled slightly, not from tension, not from need, but because they've found the shape their rest takes when no one is watching. They're not reaching for anything. There's nothing to reach toward. The space between your hand and the air above it isn't empty. It holds a kind of quiet weight, like the moment just after laughter stops, but before silence settles fully into place. You don't need to fill that gap with meaning or intention. You aren't required to close it. It exists as it is. No more than an absence of movement, no less than a presence of stillness. The blanket covers you, not because it was chosen, but because it has been there long enough to become part of the way your body understands itself in this dark. The fabric isn't soft or rough. It's just there, like the grain of wood beneath fingers that never learned how to read its pattern. You don't have to decide if it's comforting. It doesn't need to be remembered for anything. It simply lies where it was laid, and you lie with it. There is no sound in the room, only absence of noise so complete it begins to feel like a presence on its own. Not silence as emptiness, but silence as something that has learned how to hold space without needing to be noticed. It doesn't speak when you move. It doesn't shift when your breath changes. It just stays, the way the wall remembers where light used to fall before it was covered by shadow. You don't have to wonder what will happen next. The idea of a next isn't urgent here. It's not waiting in the wings or lurking behind the door. There is no sequence, no order, no requirement that things unfold in any particular way. You aren't expected to move forward or backward. Not now. Not ever. Your chest rises and falls with less effort than a leaf might tremble on a stem that isn't even aware of being alive. The motion doesn't come from will. It comes from the fact that your body has simply stopped pretending it needs to be in charge. It's allowed itself to follow what is already happening, what was always going to happen, whether you knew it or not. And somewhere deep beneath awareness, there's a letting go, not sudden, not dramatic, but quiet as dust settling on stone after centuries of windlessness. Not a release, not an act, but simply the absence of resistance. There's no one to thank for this moment. No force that deserves credit. It isn't earned. It isn't deserved. It just is. Like air inside lungs when they stop fighting. Your mind doesn't need to be clean or clear. It doesn't have to resolve anything. The thoughts that pass through it aren't meant to matter. Some are soft, some heavy, some fleeting as a shadow across the floor. But none of them claim you. They drift by like paper boats on a slow stream, not carrying messages, not bearing names, just floating where they're carried. You don't have to be present in every part of yourself. You aren't required to witness what's happening inside your ribs or behind your eyes. There is no obligation to stay awake, nor any punishment for drifting away from the edges of thought. You are allowed to lose track of how many times you've breathed since this began, or if you've even been breathing at all. The darkness around you isn't cold. It doesn't pull. It doesn't demand anything. It's not waiting to be understood or feared or named. It just is, like the space between stars, like the pause between heartbeats, neither full nor empty, neither holding nor releasing. And you are in it, not as a guest, not as an intruder, but as something that has simply come home. There's no need to remember who you were before this moment, no need to track where you've been or what you've lost. The past isn't unfinished. It isn't calling out for closure. It's just part of the air now, like scent in a room long after someone left, like footprints that have softened into the earth. You don't have to believe in anything. You aren't being asked to choose between paths or answers. There is no test, no threshold. No gate you must pass through before this can continue. This isn't a process. It's not leading anywhere. It's just happening, like roots spreading under soil, like water moving beneath stone. Your body doesn't need to be useful right now. It doesn't have to do anything except lie here and exist in the way that only bodies know how, without explanation, without effort, simply being, not trying to become something else, not afraid of becoming nothing, not holding on to any idea of self as a fixed thing. The air shifts again, not dramatically, not with sound, but with a kind of weightless shift, like a hand opening in the dark and letting go of nothing at all. And you don't have to name it. You don't have to understand why it happened or what it means. It just is, part of the same quiet rhythm that carries your breath. There's no need to worry about whether this will end. There's no reason to ask if something better might come later. The future isn't a place you're meant to arrive at. You aren't being guided toward anything. Not even peace or clarity or rest as an achievement. This moment doesn't lead anywhere. It just is. You don't have to keep track of how long it's lasted. Time has no shape here, no direction. It's not a river with banks or currents. It's more like the way light changes in a room when no one is watching. Slow, imperceptible, without beginning or end. Your fingers are still where they fell. They don't need to move. They don't have to be doing anything. The space between them and your chest isn't empty. It holds something that can't be named, but doesn't need to be. A kind of presence that simply is, like the shape of silence after a word has been spoken. You aren't trying to fix anything. You're not searching for answers, nor are you afraid of what might happen if you stop looking. There's no failure in not knowing, no shame in being still when everything else is moving. The room holds its shape without thinking about it. Walls that don't debate their purpose or question why they were built. They simply exist as they always have. Stable, quiet, uninvited, but never unwelcome. You are part of this, not because you chose to be, not because you earned your place, but because there's no other way for you to be in the world except by lying here, breathing into darkness, letting go with no one to see it. The weight on your chest isn't heavy because it's burdening you. It's just there, like the way a shadow settles into the corner of a room when no one is looking. Not by choice, not by force, but simply because that's where shadows go. It doesn't demand anything from you. It doesn't ask to be moved or named or explained. You don't have to feel it differently than how you do right now. Your breath rising and falling beneath the blanket, as if learning a new rhythm, slow enough to be almost forgotten. There is no urgency in this silence. No one is waiting for you to wake up from it. The darkness isn't holding its breath either. It's just dark. Not because it lacks light, but because it doesn't need to prove anything. It doesn't have to be full or empty. It simply is what it has always been. The quiet that comes when everything else stops speaking. You don't need to know why your fingers are still resting near your ribs, like small things left behind by a current that's already passed. They aren't doing anything. They don't have to mean anything. The space between them isn't holding tension. There's no expectation in it, no promise of movement. It's just the shape of what remains after something is gone still. The fabric of the blanket is not smooth because it was made that way. It's smooth because it has been lying there, worn down by time and touch, by heat and absence. You can feel its texture against your skin, like a memory without details. The kind you don't need to recall or explain, just let be. It doesn't care what you think of it. It doesn't want anything from you. Outside the window, something stirs. Not with sound, not with light, but in the way air shifts when no one is present to notice. A leaf might have turned on a branch. The wind may have brushed against glass just enough to make a shadow twitch across the wall. But none of it needs your attention. It doesn't need you to see it, or remember it, or believe in its presence. There's nothing wrong with not knowing where this silence came from. There's no failure in being unable to trace how long it has lasted. Time isn't a thread that can be pulled taut and measured. It's more like the way dust settles on a shelf you've never cleaned, slow, quiet, without purpose or intention. You don't have to figure out if this moment is meaningful or not. It doesn't need to be justified by anything else in your life. It isn't waiting for permission from your past or your future. There's no test here, no answer that needs to be spoken aloud. The air around you carries no message, no instruction, no warning, no comfort. Your breath is still rising and falling. Your body is not doing what it should, nor what it used to do. It isn't trying to become anything else. It's just lying here, as bodies know how to lie, without pretense, without performance, without the need for a reason. The way your ribs expand isn't proof of life. It's simply motion, like water shifting beneath stone, like roots stretching in soil where no one sees. There is no beginning or end to this stillness, only continuity, like a thread that has never been cut, only held gently between fingers, too tired to let go. It doesn't matter if you remember how it started. What matters is that it's here now, the way your shoulder rests against the edge of the mattress, the slight give in the fabric, where you've worn a small dent over months or years. You don't need to stay awake for this. You don't have to keep track of what happens next. The room doesn't care if you're aware of it. Walls don't judge your attention. They hold their shape not by effort, but by simply being there, like the way a hill holds its curve without thinking about how long it's been that way. You aren't responsible for making this moment last. You aren't required to protect it or preserve it. It doesn't need you to be awake in order to exist. The quiet isn't fragile. It's not afraid of being broken. It has no fear because it doesn't know what it means to be threatened. There is a space between your thoughts, not the absence of thought, but something quieter. A place where ideas don't try to connect or explain themselves. You aren't asked to bridge that gap with understanding. You're not expected to fill it with words or meaning. It's just there, like the stillness after music ends, when sound has left but echo hasn't yet caught up. Your eyes are closed, not because you've decided to sleep, but because they've chosen rest. They don't need permission from your mind. They haven't been told what to do. They simply stay shut, as if knowing that staying open would be pointless now, like keeping a door wide when no one is coming. There's no need to decide whether this feeling is peaceful or strange or familiar. It doesn't have to fit into any category you've used before. You don't need to label it. There's no reward for naming it, and no penalty for not knowing what it is. The silence isn't empty. It holds everything that hasn't been spoken, every word that never left the throat, every intention that dissolved in thought before reaching action. It carries them all without judgment, without demand, without memory of their origin. You don't need to know if this moment will end. You don't have to prepare for what comes after. The future isn't knocking at your door. it's not waiting with a list or a question. It doesn't care whether you're ready. It just is. Like the way the sky changes color without asking anyone's opinion. The blanket still rests on your legs, not because it was placed there by intention, but because it has always been this way. Low and light, covering only what needs to be covered. Not more, not less. You don't have to feel its weight as a burden. It's just part of the way things are right now. Part of the quiet arrangement you've settled into. You aren't being asked to solve anything. There's no problem that requires fixing, no pattern that needs breaking. The world outside doesn't need your attention, and it doesn't miss yours. You're not needed anywhere except here, except in this breath, this stillness, this moment where nothing is expected of you. The darkness isn't hiding anything. It's just the absence of light, without judgment or secrecy. It doesn't conceal because it has something to hide. It simply exists as a condition, like cold after fire has gone out, like the pause between two notes in a melody that never finished. You don't have to believe in any particular truth. You don't need to hold on to an idea of yourself, or even remember who you were before this moment. The self isn't something you have to protect or define. It's not a fortress to be guarded, nor a story to be told. It's just here, part of the way your body feels against the mattress, part of how air moves in and out without effort. There is no instruction to follow, no direction to head toward. The room doesn't have an agenda. The walls don't care about meaning. They're not asking you to do anything with this moment, only to be here, as if being was enough. Your hands are still. Your feet aren't moving. There's no need for them to act. No reason to shift or adjust. You can lie like that forever, and it wouldn't matter. The world wouldn't collapse. Time would continue without you needing to keep track of it. There is a quiet in the way your body fits into the space it occupies. Not perfectly, not neatly, but just as it has always done, with slight imperfections, with small irregularities that don't need fixing. It's not striving for symmetry. It doesn't want to be better than this moment. The air around you isn't thick or thin. It's simply there, moving without urgency, shifting like a curtain in a room where no one walks. You aren't breathing it to survive. You're breathing it because your body knows how to breathe, not because it needs to prove anything. The air near your shoulder feels slightly cooler than the rest, as though the night has settled into that hollow where skin meets bone, not with pressure, but with a kind of quiet attention. It doesn't demand you notice it. It simply is there, like the way certain sounds fade after they've passed through the years and leave no echo behind. You don't have to wonder why it's cooler or what caused it. The temperature isn't making a claim. It just exists, part of the quiet rhythm that moves through your body without needing permission. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying to slow it, but because the effort to control it has dissolved into something quieter, something that doesn't require will, only presence. There's no intention behind each inhale and exhale. They happen as naturally as rain falls on a roof that was never built for it. The act of breathing isn't a performance. It's not even an event. It's just part of the way your body listens to itself from within. There's a softness in how the blanket folds over your ankle. Not tight or constricted, but gently layered like paper left on a shelf after being opened once and never closed again. You don't have to tuck it in. You don't have to make it right. It stays where it is. Part of the arrangement that has no need for explanation. The folds aren't mistakes. They're not signs of neglect or carelessness. They're just shapes the cloth takes when left alone, like clouds shaped by wind that doesn't know what it's doing. Outside, a sound passes, a car moving down a road you can't see, its engine low and distant, like a memory that isn't yours but still settles in your chest. It doesn't need to be understood. You don't have to ask where it came from or where it's going. The sound arrives without warning and leaves without farewell. There's no message in it, only the shape of movement through space, unmarked by purpose. Your left hand rests near your ribs, not pressed down, not raised up, just there, fingers slightly curled as if holding onto a thought that slipped away before it could be named. The skin on your palm is warm against the air, like something still remembering contact long after it's ended. You don't need to examine what the hand might have touched earlier, whether it brushed fabric, or someone's sleeve, or nothing at all. None of it matters now. The space beneath your shoulder blade feels hollow, not empty, but full with a kind of quiet pressure, as if something small and slow is resting there, not asleep, not awake, just existing in the gap between motion and stillness. It doesn't need to be noticed or named. It's not waiting for you to act on it. It's simply part of your body's way of being in this moment. Like a shadow that doesn't follow light, but stays anyway. The darkness around you isn't black. It's soft-edged, uneven, layered with subtle shifts that only the eyes that are closed can feel. There's no edge to it, no boundary between what is and what isn't. It doesn't define itself by contrast. It just occupies space, like breath occupies lungs, without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to decide if this silence is deep or shallow. You don't have to measure how much of you remains unclaimed by thought. There's no scale for stillness, no way to quantify peace that isn't made from effort. The quiet doesn't need your approval. It doesn't want your gratitude or recognition. It just stays. Air shifts again, not with wind, not with change, but with a kind of soft undulation, like the surface of water after a stone has been dropped and left to settle. The disturbance isn't lasting. It's not significant. But it is real, just for an instant, and then gone, returning to stillness as if nothing had happened. There's no need to remember what you were thinking before this moment. No obligation to bring back the names of thoughts that floated in and out like birds through a window. They don't have to return. You don't have to hold them. The mind doesn't need to be tidy or complete. It can forget things, lose tracks, let meanings dissolve without consequence. Your breath continues, longer between each one now. Not because you're holding it, but because the space between feels like enough on its own. There's no rush to fill it, no fear that silence will become unbearable if left too long. The pause isn't a threat. It doesn't demand action.